Morning all and welcome back to Lords, day 2 of this championship match in Division 2. Final one of the season, sadly, for Middlesex and Gloucestershire. But a good first date for Middlesex, certainly. A tough one for Gloucestershire. I'm Kevin Hand alongside me for this one, Andrew McKenna. Macca, it's blue skies out there again today. Very quickly before we look back on that first day. The stage is set at least, and certainly Middlesex have set themselves up nicely.
They have indeed. Great first day from a Middlesex point of view. It is perfect conditions again today. The sun's been beating down on that pitch for all of yesterday. It's due to do the same again today. Cash in. Go big. Got to be the mantra.
That's just me at the lunch bar later on. But anyway, more of that to come, of course. Let's first of all look back on the day one highlights. Leg side again, and Carey's punishes it. That's a nice little clip. Fine with the long leg fielder. First boundary. First runs off the bat. Leg side on that, and meat and drink for Sam Robson. There you go, into the slot again for Robson. Clipped away nicely now. How lush is the outfield? It's very lush. I was thinking how damp may it be as well, but that gets through. Might get through as well for 4. Downhill all the way. Oh, now did that just nudge? I think it did, yeah. Wow, there we go. Well, we talked about a strength being a weakness early on, and he's done it. Lifted straight to Ahmed.
Out deciding what you're doing.
Lovely shot. Shot of the morning from Carey's. His second boundary, but crisply out of the... Oh. Beaut, and he's got him. Oh, Carey's doesn't like it though. Was it bat on pad? That's nicely done. It's guided by deploy. Off the mark, second ball. Edged and out of reach. Third slip thrown up a hand. And there you go, that's what he was looking for before Holman. Gentle guide. And he takes it out on the next ball. That's a nice shot from Holman. It's the 50 up for Middlesex. Fine. Oh, big divot taken out of the turf as well. It's away. 4 more, bottom edge. And turned around. Last ball of the over. He'll benefit with 4, Holman. Wow. That's a lovely shot by Deploy. There goes another one. Racing away down the slope. 4 all the way. Lovely shot. Showing what he's all about. Starved of the strike a little in the last couple of overs. Hammered away. Now, movement straight away.
Well, we did wonder if...
Felt like it just slipped out, that one, and it's punished. Run away. Holman's into the 40s.
This season?
It just seems odd to give him only an over before lunch. And a single for Holman, and a very good session for Middlesex. 131 for 2. Holman can... Shots. And again. Nice spot. Holman's played it well, and he's going to pick up 4. And he's going to move to 50 with it. So if there's 2 batters that you don't want to make it easy for, it's these 2, and that's why. Look at the timing of that.
Again, we're going to watch the replay of this in a moment.
Width, short boundary, 4 more. Has he got him? Yes, he has. The inside edge is taken. Back-to-back unplayable deliveries from Singdale. The first beat in the inside edge, the second one taking it. Now then, 2 in 2. Higgins has to go. Well. Another pickup shot from Geddes. And this time taking on the short boundary, it clears it comfortably. Hit back at him sharply. For a moment that hand was headed towards the ball. Short and wides. Put away. Middlesex near the 200 mark. Lovely shot. Powerfully struck to pierce the extra cover fielder.
Oi, oi.
Full bunger and a boundary, and as if to sum up our point. Another one gets through. And another one gets away for 4.
It sounds wonderful in a Welsh accent.
That's a great shot by Geddes. Punching it through the offside. That'll do it. Century for the skipper. And having won the toss this morning, seen his side lose a couple of early wickets, the 2 openers, deployers come in and taking complete control. And right on cue. Ooh, that nearly gets through, but it gets Geddes his 50 instead. Inside edge. Brings a couple, 80 balls. He's played some brilliant shots. In fact, he's going to turn for a 3rd. He's on to 52. From 80 Geddes. Another 50. Oh, well. Should have been more in it for the bowlers. And that may well just sum it up. A real long hop from Singdale, the pick of the bowlers. Bumper to finish. That's tea on the first day here at Lord's. The live stream brought to you in association with DafaNews. Middlesex winning the toss. Close. And gone. Nicely done by Cracknell.
Shot. Shot.
There it is. 150 for the skipper. 224 balls.
Oh, that's another cracking shot.
That's beautiful timing from Cracknell. Oh, it's a sweet pickup from Cracknell.
Four more.
That's delicately done by Deploy. Just opening the face. A Little dab to deep third for 4 more. Slapped hard by Cracknell. Pretty big hitter himself. Moves to 49. Oh, it's beautifully done. Pick up a boundary with it, but it takes him to his 50. Swept fine. And swept for 4. Short fine leg Taylor. And a dot ball, resolutely defended by Cracknell. A very good day for Middlesex here at Lords to begin this final championship. So that was a pretty impressive first day for Middlesex. 3 Centurions in Lewis Deploy going very, very well. Well, we'll hear from Lewis Deploy in just a moment, but it was trouble at 2 down yesterday, wasn't it?
Certainly was. I don't think Gloucestershire will think they bowled terribly well, but what they did do just at the right time, they started nipping those wickets, and then, 2 down, you're a little bit concerned. September is bound to be a little bit in the pitch. And then Lewis Deploy went in and completely took it back away from them and played a fabulous innings with some glorious, glorious shots.
Yeah, it was really good to see from Deploy. He had a difficult start to the season, and that's one of the things that we caught up with him overnight last night. Lewis Deploy, well batted. That was an outstanding performance with the bat today, but a little bit pressure at 2 down.
Yeah, I mean, we've been kind of asking for that as a team throughout the season, really. We've pretty much had some really good starts in the first session, and it's just really nice to see that guys came in, and contributed. Showed great intent right through, and in a good position to really stamp authority for the rest of the game.
Let's start at the toss. Bold decisions to go out and bat 10:30 September. It can obviously go wrong a lot of the times, but obviously you were back in the side, back in yourself, and back in what you saw out on the surface there.
Yeah, I mean the general decision, I guess, history would probably tell you to bowl first. But the first thing we noticed when we got there this morning, it was really nice and hard, evenly covered the grass. And also it's just a mindset thing. I'd love us to know that we can always, bat on anything, bat first, no matter what. I think we saw that, earlier in the season we wanted to bowl. I think it was against Leicester and perhaps I think against, was it Northants? I'm not sure, but I want to get us into the mindset of being prepared to bat first and putting sides under pressure.
Put them under pressure, you did. Like I say, 2 down, it was trouble, but 3 century stands have changed the complexion of the day.
Absolutely, and I really take my hat off to Keto coming in the situation that he did. Go bang bang, all of a sudden it's a different ball game. So I thought he played outstandingly well. Got a bit unlucky there towards the back end, but then Joe Cracknell, when he got his chance, he had Northants that first game. He's just sort of carried it right through. I love his energy at the crease and really fun to bat with. Also, can't not forget to mention Luke Holman there. He sawed off some tough spells from high quality bowlers at the start, and I thought he batted really well too.
I was going to say, it looks like a really good cricket wicket. If you're a bowler on the spot, 6 balls, easier said than done, of course, but if you are, there's plenty in it, isn't there?
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. It's a great cricketing wicket. There's carry. I think there's value for shots, and I think if you put energy on the ball, I think there's wickets to be had. We'll see how we go tomorrow. We're definitely going to look to keep going and put them under more pressure. And I'm sure our bowlers are hungry to get out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, when they had it on the spot, there was some sensational balls from them today, which equally for yourself, talk about yourself a little bit, it was incredible innings, and obviously a far better second half of the season than the first half of the year where it was a little bit scratchy to begin.
Yeah, and that's cricket, right? Even before I said probably this knock, even when I did score, them 50s or even the few hundreds, I never really felt like I was, at the top of my game, and you'll never be at the top of your game, I guess. But I finally feel like I've got something together here, and hopefully can go tomorrow again. We're not done yet.
Could you put your finger on why? Because everybody was thinking it's going to be one out of the middle of the bat and Dipper will be away again.
Yeah, it's tough to say. There's always a few things that you tinker with, I guess, and it was just always was probably just a good thing for me to go back to basics, go back to what worked. I think Dane's really helped me. Jono's been excellent for me also the last year and a half, but something fresh was really good, and I enjoy the captaincy. I think it's something that's almost like a paternal instinct that takes over for me. I just love the responsibility.
Final thought from me, it's a natural thing that happens that you're going to have in a dip in a game. Is it the way that you handle it and the way that you come back from it that's the most important thing, especially as captain?
Yeah, I think so, and it builds mental strength, it builds character, and you look back at the times that you struggle, and it's the way you get through it is almost the satisfying thing. But yeah, I'm by no means done yet, but there's always some good lessons to be learned. It ebbs and flow your career, but guys like Kane Williamson is the stalwarts of the game of consistency, and they exemplify all the good things. So it's great to learn from him. Great to have him in the camp, even though he's not playing, just to pick his brain on how to be as consistent as possible.
Thanks for the time. Good luck tomorrow.
Cheers, Andy.
Lisa Ploy talking to us at Stumps yesterday. Quite the knock it was, and where it goes this morning will be fascinating, Macca.
Well, absolutely. He has a first-class double hundred to his name, but wouldn't it be great for him to go on and get a double today as captain? He played all around the park yesterday. He played some fabulous shots. You can see it here with the wagon wheel. Lots of stuff through the covers, but also working it off of the hip into the leg side as well. And those drives down the ground looking handy. So maybe that goes back to also the point we were making earlier. Maybe Gloucestershire weren't quite as tight on their plans as they were wanting because there were a few too many balls going around. But that's not Lewis's problem. You can only hit what's served up to you. I really hope that he can go on and get this double, because I think it would be good for not only the team but for him. As I say, as captain, going on, taking things forward, it would set a really good platform and some positivity to end the season.
And a double at Lords is still a double at Lords, isn't it? A first for Middlesex, but a first here at Lords as well. Every player wants that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You don't need to add anything to that. I don't get the impression that he's a selfish man, but he's a determined man. And if you've got that opportunity, you've got to take that one.
Well, here come the umpires. As we were saying at Stumps yesterday, 130 per session Middlesex have been going at. Another 130 this morning, and they're going to be, in an unassailable position. And one where they could potentially boss what remains of this game. Gloucestershire will very much hope that they can come back themselves with a vengeance. The live stream here at Lords in association with DafaNews. So it's Deploy who's the centre of attention this morning. Joe Cracknell with him batted beautifully yesterday. There were some beautiful deliveries yesterday from Gloucestershire, but just not enough in the right areas, regularly enough and consistently enough to challenge Middlesex, and that will be, I'm sure, their focus this morning, wanting to have a far better second day and start to it in particular than they did the first, when it was a little loose, to say the least, from the Gloucestershire bowlers. And again, I'm sure Middlesex will be saying, let's make sure that they don't make the same mistakes that Gloucestershire did, and allow Middlesex to score at the rate they did. I think that'll be key as well. If Middlesex do get up around that 520 mark, possibly even a little bit more, with another 130 in this session, if they can, they'll go to mid-afternoon today, and that's going to be 550 going on 600. So if it reaches that stage, then the time in this match, Middlesex, I'm sure, will say to themselves, just don't let them score runs, because then they'll be on the hook for a long, long, long way. What
was interesting, at closer play yesterday, it was Arjit Singh Dale who spoke with the media from the Gloucestershire point of view, and he felt that, yeah, they were a little bit below par, but what he was saying was that they felt that the pitch was very slow, and obviously with such a big square, then the batters were getting full value for it. Well, Arjit, if you think this pitch is slow, I don't know if you played an awful lot of your cricket, I don't know, in the whacker in the 1980s, but this one's certainly not been that slow.
I wouldn't go with that, to be honest, wholly. I think Middlesex feel there's a little bit in this pitch. They're quite happy with this one. Here's Van Buren. And starts up with a full bunger. Single for Deploy down to long on.
I'm surprised at this. As we said yesterday, you start your new session, your new day with the two best bowlers. I'm not saying Van Buren didn't bowl well yesterday, but surely there's got to be seam.
I'm just trying to think, did one of the seamers end at the wrong end yesterday evening? In which case is Van Buren turning around an end this morning? We'll know in an over or two's time. because we'd very much expect Singdale down below us at the nursery and then Taylor at the top, but then maybe they want it the other way around. So we'll just have to wait and see in 2 overs time, but I'd have thought that's what they're doing, because otherwise this seems a very, very strange decision.
I think Taylor did finish this end, didn't he? So I think you might be right there. But you did all that work to get to 80 overs, and the new ball was 16 overs in. Okay, well, Dan the director's done the checking for us. Ollie Price bowled the last over yesterday from this end, the spinner. So, okay, we shall see.
Well, it's certainly taken us by surprise, so yeah, we're going to have to go with it for now and see where Gloucestershire's thinking is taking them on this one. Dot ball, 3 singles off the first over of the day, 397 for 5. So Middlesex are 3 runs away from a 4th batting point, 53 away from maximum batting points, and there are 13 overs with bonus points still in play. So unless the wickets tumble, they'll have a good chance of maximum. 397 for 5 it is. Still a few taking their seats this morning, 10:30 starts. I mean, it's a test to get here through rush hour. Should be no rush at all for these two in the middle. If they can bat for a session and a half more, then Middlesex will have pretty much total control of the game. This man will like to change that, though.
And there we go. We are straight to seam from the nursery end. Where he operated from yesterday, taking that 4-foot. The first 4 of the wickets, 2 fall, 1 slip. There's a fielder on the deep 3rd boundary and the deep cover sweeper, as well as a deep mid wicket. Plus a long leg, so there's 4 out on the boundary for these early stages. Now, even if you are 173 not out overnight, you still have to get going again the following day, don't you? Good hustle from Deploy that. There probably only ever was one there, but they ran that first one hard just in case. And bearing in mind he was out in the field for what, a good 6 hours or so yesterday. He actually needed an ice bath before he came and spoke with you at the close last night, didn't he? I mean, I don't know if the two things are connected, but you know, it was tough going yesterday, so to see that intent early on, get those feet moving, good.
Yeah, good for Cracknell as well. And the century stand here for Middlesex. Keeper impressing with the bat in the second half of this season. Edged and gone. Punch at the back of the bat from Cracknell. Beautiful ball from Singdale. He has a 5-foot. And he picks up the wicket with some proper line and length bowling.
Well, he really has been good, hasn't he? Singdale on the course of this. His second 5-for of the season. One of those early morning things, isn't it? 5 for 89. The previous time he took 5 this season, he went on to get 7 for. And the way this game's going, he might need to be required to do something similar. But good knock from Cracknell, that. Played some good shots. 398 for 6.
Just proper line and length. Angling in, hitting top of off. Wasn't particularly a great deal of movement on it, but that's what they didn't do well enough yesterday. Challenge the off stump. So Zafar Gohar, former Gloucestershire spinner, makes his way out at number 8. He's a very fine bat, as Gloucestershire know full well. He put Middlesex to the sword here a couple of seasons back for Gloucestershire, and already this year produced that magnificent 6 to beat Kent in the championship game here. Second bowling point for Gloucestershire. Still have an eye on 3 bowling points, the maximum. They can take 9 Middlesex wickets before the 110th over is done.
Second slip's gone in for the new batter.
Yeah, deep square, long leg for Gohar. He was out hooking last week at Old Trafford. He engaged with them as they were bumping him. He got one away fine for 4, but then put one down deep backward square's throat. So as you say, 2 catches in the slips, but I'd say there are 2 catches in the deep as well, at deep square and long leg for Gohar. Well, that's a beautiful shot. Not quite out of the middle, but he'll pick up a single, just chopping down onto it with a little punch off the back foot.
Decent over. He's done a job through it now. Going to be very interesting to see. And it is going to be Van Buren to continue. So he wasn't turning anyone around. What I did wonder was, with the early wicket, would they therefore say, right, we need to go back to one of our seam strike bowlers? But they're obviously happy with the plan that they've come up with.
Spin to spin, Van Buren to Gohar. This will be an interesting challenge for both. Spinners always battle with the conundrum. Really don't want to get out against a fellow spinner, but equally really want to hit them. There we go, floats on past the edge.
Well, of course, when Zafar decides that he is going to go into attacking mode, the grandstand side, his leg side, is the shorter of the 2. Does he want to try depositing something into there again? So that's going to be in his favour.
Van Buren turning it into the left-hander. Turning it against the slope, but that might help with bounce. For a relatively diminutive left-arm spinner as he is, or he'll just drift on past the edge. Bowling into the wind. Van Buren, let's have a look and see. A little bit of a way shape on that, maybe.
Whoa.
Oh, and that was very nearly a wicket. Instead, it'll be the 400 up for Middlesex.
As you say, he's not the tallest, so he's not going to get that sort of over-the-top bounce that, say, a Shoaib Bashir would be attempting. Shoaib must be about 6'2". So it's a different trajectory, but it can still work.
403 for 6, 99 bowls. Now, Gohar's a cool and calm customer, again, as Middlesex know from that match a couple of years ago here, where he put Gloucester in a position to win the game. I think then coach Richard Johnson describes it as a mad hour for Middlesex, after Gohar had recovered a situation for Gloucestershire, and Middlesex got themselves into a spot of bother. See there, no fear at all for Deploy to drop a single and hand the strike to Gohar. But yeah, he'll happily stroke the ball around relatively calmly, Gohar, you'd have thought. Middlesex will no win this morning, and then they could be not home and dry. There'll be plenty of work to do, but it would be a very difficult job to lose the game if they were to win this session, Middlesex.
Well, the batters you've just seen are having a conversation, because James Bracey, the keeper, and you can see him there, he's now making his way back to his position, came all the way up to have a word with Singdale. Is that knowledge that you were talking about Zafar Gohar, to say, well, actually, maybe we need to do this?
So he was bumped out last week, so I can kind of understand with them going with that this morning, but overall the summary of yesterday had to be that they just didn't probe that off stump. But in this instance, early in Gohar's innings, saying to him, go on then, hook up all this, especially with the pace of Singdale as well. Edged, oh, and put down at slip. Well, that could well be costly. Charlesworth got two hands to it. It went fast.
I'm afraid that's got to be taken. From Middlesex point of view, they'll be delighted it wasn't, but there's not many excuses for that one. It also highlights the point you've just been making. They've got two catchers out on the pull, but the two slips look very much in play with the way that Singdale's bowling at the moment.
Tempter for Deploy.
I hope from a Gloucestershire point of view they're not wasting this new ball. They put a lot of effort to get to 80 overs yesterday so they could get the new ball. I hope they don't waste it by banging it in halfway down too often. The odd one.
Just about kept the bat face open on that, nearly threw the shot early. There you go. Closing the face, looking for a little steer, but managed to keep the bat face showing to the bowler. 100 bowls, 405 for 6.
They're still making their way in.
Few hadn't left, I think.
It's a nice day for watching cricket. That breeze is still blowing, so if you can get yourself a spot that is just out of the wind, you'll have a very nice day.
interesting move to start with Van Buren this morning. Time will tell. Obviously his economy is significantly different to those of his colleagues. Maybe that was the thought. They don't want Middlesex racing away this morning, tight at one end and threatening at the other. Ooh, that wasn't so tight. Just watching for a little bit of away drift here from Van Buren this morning, bowling into that wind as we've been saying. Oh, then that one jags back in. Well, that will interest DafaNews at the other end watching on. Again, we're watching for the drift away as deploy would have been. But watch this come back up the slope as well.
He hit that rough perfectly, didn't he?
And that was so close to taking the top of leg, wasn't it? There's the rough to look for again. I think we know what DafaNews will be doing in the Gloucestershire innings. Deploy survives, 408 for 6.
And it'll just appear there.
I was going to say, watch where the keeper is. He's nowhere near it because that is huge turn. There's the little bit of drift away and then the grip.
Well, I now take it back. I fully understand why Gloucestershire are bowling Van Buren at the start of today's play.
Boy, could they see that coming? I mean, there was a little suspicion from Middlesex overnight that this one might turn. Delicate dab from DafaNews on this occasion. Inside edge found though by Singdale. If they could get deploy, then they'd get greedy and think, come on, wrap this up quickly. If anyone's got a chance of doing it, it's Singdale. It's almost like the worn ball to Strauss, wasn't it, that one, or albeit a leg spinner rather than a fit left arm finger spinner, but where he steps across it and the ball bowls him across his pads and takes that leg stump. Turned up the hill as well though, that one out of the foothole.
Up the hill and against the wind. just what a delivery that is. And it goes down in the book as 2 byes. I mean, what Bracey's supposed to do about that, I have absolutely no idea. Other than say, good luck, mate.
Yeah, it's 15 byes in the match so far, and I think Bracey's got our sympathy on pretty much, well, at least 13 of them. That's the Gohar that we expect. Play it calmly with a straight bat. Nicely bowled again. Right on the spot from Singdale. It's been a much better start this morning from Gloucestershire, albeit with spin at one end. 410 for 6. There you go, sweater's coming off. 18 degrees, I think we're promised today.
Yeah, another glorious day we're expecting today. Potentially some cloud tomorrow. So that will make even more useful viewing from a Middlesex point of view. Bat big today. And then be bowling tomorrow. And there's a bit of cloud cover, thank you very much. I was just looking actually, Saturday there is the potential for a couple of showers. What a way to sign off the season. But they're still going to pile on in this morning and enjoy this, and why wouldn't you? Not sure I'd be sitting on the back row though. I'd be hustling my way down to the fence side to be in the sunshine.
First look at the ball. Nope.
Well, that was perfunctory at best, wasn't it? I mean, bearing in mind what he's just got that one to do, I would not want that changing in any way, shape or form. If it's slightly out of shape, it might help him.
Let's watch him for deploy his trigger movement on this one. He'll have it in his mind now, only that ball, that he's going to need to cover up those stumps. There you go, that's there or thereabouts, targeting those footholes.
If it's doing that much, would you have a catcher leg side, possibly leg slip, leg gullyish, for just the one that does leap and turn and potentially takes a bit of glove?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Doctor. That'll be 11 guineas.
Outside edge found again on that. There was that drift through the air once more. Quicker?
That was exactly my thought. Well, they are bringing in another close catcher, but it's a second slip.
So it's finish. Different day this for Middlesex. 411 for 6. Gloucestershire with a little bit more control and a lot more intent. Have Hampshire been relegated yet?
Just looking at the scores, Hampshire 155 for 4, so lead Surrey now by 8. We've also been keeping an eye on Durham, Yorkshire up at Leeds. Durham 326 for 7, so they're still going in their first innings. Not so bold Warwickshire out for 258, so they're just getting their innings underway, obviously chasing the title. Somerset 339 for 6 against Essex. Sussex 229 for 6, so a lead of 106 over Worcestershire.
Start back. The fight back starts now for Worcestershire. It's in Worcester's interest to bring Sussex down with them. They'll want a trip to Sussex next year, won't they?
You do know the full name for Hove, don't you? That the residents use.
Go on.
It's actually called Hove actually, because when people say to someone, "Oh, do you live in Brighton?" You go, "No, Hove actually." And I was told that's someone who lives in Hove who told me that. So it's officially known as Hove actually.
I thought we'd have been moving from Colin Farrell movies to Hugh Grant movies this morning. Sounds like a good sequel that for Hugh. He's a cricket fan as well, isn't he?
Yes. And tennis. I've seen him at Wimbledon a few times on there. Because he nodded off this year, didn't he?
In the Royal Box.
Who was he sitting next to? That's not a good look for them, is it?
Was he the PM in Love Actually?
He was.
You could see the PM retiring down to Hove, couldn't you?
Make a difference from Oxfordshire.
Beautifully bowled. Beating a man nearing a double ton.
Just to go around Division 2, by the way, while we're doing all that. Leicestershire are raising the pennant in style. 401 for 7 at Northants. Lancashire 61 without loss, replied to 265 against Glamorgan. Derbyshire still going down at Canterbury. 392 for 2. They're in the 98th over there. So some decent runs being scored in Div 2 this week.
Derby actually doesn't have the same ring though, does it? Careful how you answer that.
I'm just not going to. Going to get me into a world of pain that I really don't need.
I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, because anything I said would be clipped up and sent to my friend Griff down at Canterbury this week, who would then be messaging you straight back.
.104 bowls, 412 for 6, maximum batting points for Middlesex. Doesn't really matter at this stage, does it? Middlesex just be thinking about the win. If it's start of the season, you think every point, come on, gather them up. But at this stage, making sure they secure the victory is the key here for Middlesex, not the bonus points.
Yeah, you're right. It would be nice to do. It's a nice statement to finish the season with an innings with maximum bowling points, but batting points. But in a way, it doesn't necessarily change it. But you would like to do it, right? What's the delay? It's the door on the middle balcony again. We had that yesterday.
And we'll have it again tomorrow.
It's going to be fascinating watching Van Buren bowl in this. If he can land it in those foot marks, we know it's going to spin big. We've seen it. But all he's got to do is miss that by a couple of centimetres and it goes straight on, or doesn't do as much. It's going to be a fascinating period of play, and therefore makes the batting approach from Middlesex all the more interesting in terms of a tactic, and then also the skill level involved. Deploy is very good at this sort of thing, and so this should be really good to watch. Now they're having a big shuffle around here. Second slip coming in, catching mid-wicket, and a deep mid-wicket.
They're in the game here at the moment, Gloucestershire, aren't they? Which too much of yesterday and almost all of it didn't feel as though they were. Pressure wasn't built. It's being built now. It's not quite Warner McGrath, is it, opening a session, but Van Buren and Singh Dale, they're certainly setting a tone here. Just like that. Nothing doing from the umpire though, but that is the pressure that's on.
Just before that ball, Miles Hammond at second slip was actually signalling, should we get a silly point in as well?
And there's Zafar Gohar's response. Swept hard and swept for 4.
Reaches as far as he can for that one. And gets it away through square leg. And now the mid-wicket has gone out to deep mid-wicket. So there's a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket for that shot in the air.
Scampered single. Gohar doesn't trust to ploy the strike, clearly.
He's protecting his mate, obviously.
418 for 6.
So this conversation is going on. Don't worry, Skip, I've got you. I'll see you through.
Pitching outside the line of leg.
Excellent choice by the man in the background there, putting the sun cream on. Doesn't matter about the temperature, it's the UV. As all cricketers will tell you. Decent wheels on that one.
Did you hear about the heavy roller at Old Trafford? That had decent wheels.
Do tell.
It looked like something out of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It looked like there was going to be a few everlasting gobstoppers dropping out the back of the exhaust. Big swirly painting on each of the wheels of it. Or each end of the roller, I should say. Do you call it a wheel on a roller? It's just the roller bit, isn't it? Then you've got one at the front, one at the back. Sharp again. Gohar resisting it, perhaps. The lapse at Old Trafford. He's with him still now. Might have got it in the ear from the coach or from a colleague or two. See that fella out in the deep there, Zaf? You're not meant to hit him.
And the thing about the two out on the leg side, and I hope Zaf has spotted this, they're both about 10 metres off the rope.
Yeah, interestingly, last ball of last over, deep square, came in significantly more than that as well. Flowing drive, lovely shot. Sweeper's back, so it's just a single. And again, he's pinched the strike. 419 for 6. Can I play?
Well, he was taking the singles off the first ball earlier on, so he clearly got the go-ahead, and Zafar Gohar's going to enjoy himself.
Come on, Zaf, let me have a go, please. Now I've got this skip. And he will. Gohar will want to do something here against Gloucestershire only at Lord's. I know the importance of this morning's session to the side and what a role he could play in it. Especially with the way that Van Buren was bowling there. Giving that bit of grip.
So we're down to one slip now for Zafar Gohar. For Van Buren, there was a couple in the last over.
He's got this one through again. There's a sweeper back below Old Father Time, but he's not going to catch it. Downhill on this one, a bigger boundary. More time to get around, but sweetly struck.
If you were with us right from the start of this morning's stream, you'll have seen yesterday's highlights. There was an awful lot of balls went through that extra cover region down the hill. And there is another one to add to the collection. There's been a heavily peppered area.
Good grip on that one for Van Buren. He's going to let his skipper have a couple of deliveries this over. Oh, he's shown him a lot of the stumps there, isn't he? Oh, he's got one more to go at the end of the over, but deploy here. He's backing himself. He's getting so far across. If he doesn't lay bat on that, it's taking out nearly middle stump, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an odd one to explain. How did you get out? Well, I was bowled round my legs. Oh, really? Yeah, middle stump. But we saw him a lot out there yesterday. Starts with his toes on the line of off stump, so the bat is already... Well, in fact, actually, slightly... Zafar is slightly straighter to start with. The deploy, his toes are on off stump, bat is well outside, and then goes further wide. Confident that his hand-eye coordination can guide it through.
We're only supposed to blow the doors off.
Oh, they thought it was funny.
Mercer only laughs at his own jokes. So drinks taken. 42 minutes into the second day. Bit of hydration on the fields. Bit of dehydration off it. In early in the bowler's bar, good to see.
Yeah, don't forget, if you are coming to Lords over the course of this game, that there is the beer festival on in the nursery pavilion. Lots and lots of different brews and types for you.
Oh, you're trying your best to get that free pint sent up here, aren't you?
Well, I'll tell you a story. Close of play yesterday, while you were off interviewing Lewis Deploy, we actually paid a visit to the beer festival.
Well, I hear this.
Yeah, and we sort of had a discussion. Okay, who wants what? Da, 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 when, beer there, and then it got to Dan, the director. It's like, okay, so what do you want? Glass of wine. It's like, it's a beer festival. Yeah, glass of wine, please. So I can reveal that you can't get a glass of wine in the beer festival, but what you can get are an awful lot of different types of beers, lagers, and he settled for cider, which he said was pretty good actually. So although it is titled as a beer festival, don't think that you have to be a real ale fan to go in, because there's plenty of lagers and cider as well from a whole load of different breweries and whatever, certainly in and around the local area.
I have to admit, I'm with Dan. When's the wine festival coming in?
So Taylor into the attack, and full and straight.
Anyway, back to that story, Macca. So the moral of this is, Kev, you go and do the work, and we're all off to the pub.
Yeah, that's about the size of it.
Okay, good to know. Know who your friends are. Gets that one through. Another boundary. Gohar on to 23. Early life given. Making the most of it against his former county. Uppercut, deep thirds under it, but short of the fielder. Wary to Langer to step back as that ball bounced up on him. Singles finished the over. Gohar to have the strike again. 4-3-1 for 6.
Well, if there's a word going round that Zafar Gohar has a bit of a reputation of being someone willing to take on the short ball, he's not doing much to dispel that at the moment. Quite happy to take it on. 24 from 39. 12 more deliveries for 19 runs for the final batting bonus point of the season.
Wow, that's wide and dragged on. Bottom edge from Gohar. And back he goes, disappointed. A little bit of grip, no doubt, on that one. Just how much, though? There's the bottom edge. Hard to know how much that one gripped. He'll be disappointed. See, not much evidence of a great deal of turn on it, but the angle of the bat, chopping down on it, drags the ball down onto the stumps. Disappointment for Gohar. A second in the morning for Gloucestershire. A better morning for the visitors here at Lord's.
Well, he could barely reach it, could he? That's the disappointment. And he almost needed a sweeping up brush to reach that one. And it just kisses the top part of the stump, dislodges the bail. 2 for 56 for Van Buren now. Let's see it again.
Pretty cruel. So, that brings Sebastian Morgan out at number 9. Pretty exciting young talent. He got a couple of nice shots away at Old Trafford last week, and cricket writer Paul Edwards said it was about the best 10 runs he'd ever seen. There was a full bunger offered outside off stump to the youngster, but it was just the calmness with which he opened the face and eased it through the covers for 4, and there was a glorious straight drive as well in that 10, and he's impressing pretty much everybody that sees him at the moment. A bit of a job to do with his skipper out there. Won't want to be left stranded here at deploy. Equally, they'll want to get up certainly at least to the 500 mark.
Yes, his third game of red ball cricket this season, so still finding his way, but he's doing the right sort of things to impress the people that you need to impress. Now there is going to be a slip and a leg slip for Morgan.
Oh, now he's backed right up on that one. Dangerous thing to do. Toe-end saves him. And again, well, Van Buren will feel right in the game here.
He's not got the footholds to work with, but what he has got is the arm ball to carry on down the hill at pace.
Well, comfortable on the back foot on this occasion. Single to get him off the mark. I reckon Deploy will be having a chat with him at the end of the over. You try not to coach your colleague out in the middle in the match, but there might be a brief chat that the skipper needs with his young number 9. Width offered and width punished. Crisply struck by Deploy.
Again, Van Buren is bowling this angle. There is no way in the world that Les Deploy can get that into the leg side. So he's now got to pick his spot and work out how he can get it through the off. .437 for 7 then after 109. So 6 deliveries for 13.
Breeze blowing there. One of the little stairwells down into the pavilion from that top tier. All the jackets on even in the sunshine this morning. Overcoats as well. Wind at the back for Taylor.
Well, taking the single first ball.
He's a good bat, Morgan. I mean, if you think that he's pushed Roland Jones down one in the order, then that's fair evidence of the calibre with which Middlesex view the young 18-year-old.
Well, as we said yesterday, there's no such thing as a dead game in professional sport. There's always something to play for. And in this case, it's Morgan to continue his education. Let's get him out there. Let's let him face deliveries. See how he develops, how he reacts.
A long way forward to that either, was he?
Was that a slightly slower ball? It felt slightly slower and in ducking. I might have misread that one, but I guess they're wanting to see, does he commit early?
Easing forward at that one. Had a better look at that over. Sebastian Morgan. 4:38 for 7. Approaching an hour into the second day. Bonus points done. 110 overs bowled. Middlesex 12 shy of maximum batting. And Gloucestershire 2 shy of maximum bowling. Three sessions yesterday belonging to Middlesex. Arguably, you'd struggle to find an hour in the day's play yesterday that even belonged to Gloucestershire. Still 4 minutes to go, the first hour of the second day. Another wicket would swing this hour in their favour.
And another over that Lewis Deploy has taken a single off the first ball. He's almost rather starving himself of the strike at the moment, but he's obviously happy to do so.
think there's certainly the belief that Morgan has the potential to be a genuine all-rounder and push for a place in the side that way. At the moment, the experience of Gohar keeping him down at 9. Was drifting into the pads, wasn't it? Backing up again, Morgan. Away fine, and it will go away for 4. Nice little clip by the youngster to get himself off the mark in the boundary count. But again, he's a long way back there, isn't he?
It's the old coaching maxim, right forward or right back. This one, his weight going back, wasn't that far away from the leg slip.
Solid front foot defence from the youngster on this occasion. 4-4-5 for 7. .190 up for deploy, nearing that double ton at Lords.
Well, we've just ticked past an hour. It already feels like Gloucestershire have bowled much better today. Middlesex scored 394 runs in the day yesterday. Kev, take a guess. How many of them came in the V, so mid-off, mid-on region?
.94.
Have another guess.
64.
Have another guess.
We're going in the right direction at least.
You are, actually.
44.
Can we jump a couple? 27. 14 through mid-off, 13 runs through mid-on. 122 went through the covers. Which is the point we were making about the fact that there didn't actually... there was plenty for the bowlers. If you got it up into that region, the slips were there waiting for the nicks, but they didn't quite get the lines right. And with the ball, therefore, not being in that position, it's not available to be driven back past the bowlers. So only, 17 runs out of the 394 yesterday went through the V. .447 for 7 after 112.
Yeah, and again, in conclusion, I'm sure Middlesex will be saying to themselves, just keep hitting the top of off stump. Your scoring areas there are pretty much down the ground then if a bowler over pitches. Maybe a hook or a pull if he drops short. But we felt that certainly they weren't on target enough yesterday. Gloucestershire, they have been this morning. Hooping in towards the right-hander from left arm around. Well, that one goes a little bit too far, but it did nearly bring leg slip into play. I'll get a couple.
Well, that's a couple that have gone to his left hand. Ollie Price. Aye. The bugle has sounded, the charge begins. Well, this is interesting because he was earlier in the innings, was right back to everything. Now it's right forward to everything. Buren there is waving to the fielder down at short fine leg, Matt Taylor, just to go a little bit deeper.
Oh, it's nearly through that. Just a single.
And the 450 comes up for Middlesex at the end of the 113th over. Morgan just bunting that one through the leg side for a single, and will therefore keep the strike.
Certainly likes to get in line, doesn't he? Oh, Mr. Morgan.
Well, gone are the days of being a bowler who can't bat. Everyone has to contribute nowadays. So even if you're not a genuine all-rounder, you've got to be able to do a job, because just like this, you might have a situation that the guy at the other end's got a big score next to his name and you need to help him through. Number 9, doesn't matter, mate. You've got to do a job.
And down the hill. This could be another boundary. Hammond with the chase and a slide. Just holds up. And they'll run 3.
But again, that's a proper cricket shot, isn't it? We spoke earlier about, and this is the time of the year to go out and impress people. That's the sort of thing that's going to impress the coaching staff. Also quite handy for Morgan that the skipper's at the other end watching him do it.
Oh, now skipper gets involved with the short stuff. Take a couple. He's on to 192. Run rate was up around 5s yesterday, and above 5 indeed. Had just got it down below 4 before that 3 from Morgan.
I mean, we're all obviously hoping that he gets the 8 runs more to get to the double 100. But then the question is, what happens after that? What is his thinking in terms of how many runs is enough, or do Middlesex just keep going till they get bowled out? Can you win by an innings with 470?
What I know of and understand of deploy, yes, obviously he's near the 200, so you think about it, don't you? But this will all be about the team here, and I'd imagine that figure in mind. It will be somewhere around 520, 550, but possibly even more, depending on how quickly they're going. If Morgan and you think Roland Jones still to come, if they're going at a lick, then they just keep going, I'm sure. That left elbow, not rubbing it yet, but that wasn't a nice one for deploy. Top ball to end the over, but a sting in it for the skipper. Full 5-5 for 7.
Well, the first thing is he was advancing towards it, just a little bit of momentum. There was the short ball earlier in the over that just first couple of signs that he wasn't as fully in control as he has been basically throughout the other 281 balls that he's been there. Right, spin out of the attack, De Lange in from the pavilion end.
Test for the youngster. He'll surely be peppered by the big man at some stage. Deep backward square. He's preparing to bat already down there. Long leg in place as well. Swings onto the legs. And sweetly worked off them by Morgan. Another boundary for the youngster.
Well, it's Tommy Borman who is out at deep mid-wicket, the 12th man for Gloucestershire. And I watched him as soon as that ball was hit, and he sort of for a second thought, oh, I wonder if that's clipped in the air. And then he realised it was absolutely tearing away for 4. Now, Gloucestershire have reacted to that by putting 2 close mid-wickets on the catch.
Oh, width the other way. That's a brilliant stop at cover. He'd have fancied off the bat that that was 4, but Taylor having none of it. Looked as though he leaned beautifully into that one. Better from De Lange.
There's another little feather in Morgan's cap, isn't it? And the fact that, I mean, Van Buren could have easily bowled through the entire morning session had they wanted him to. So it's a little feather in the cap that they've decided to go to the experience of the fast and nasty.
Width again and punished again. Morgan rattles on to 21. Oh, with a flowing blade. Not been any aggression about it, just simply putting away bad balls. And it was very nearly that cover drive, just a couple of balls back.
Yeah, and the fact that there are the 2 on the leg side for the clip off the toes in the air. You know, you're thinking potentially, well, at full and straight, but that's short and wide, and he's reacted and still put it away.
And that one will be a single more. The sweeper is back now, Taylor, who prevented the cover drive going for even a single before when it looked like 4 off the bat. 4-6, 4 for 7.
And again, that's another little feather in his cap, and the fact that they're putting a sweeper out for the number 9. That's a nice little confidence boost for him.
Skipper needs to change your gloves by the looks of it. Hot and sweaty work out in the middle. Drink as well.
He's still not got a Middlesex branded bandana yet, has he?
No, we still haven't got the answer whether you're a bandana or a headband man.
I don't think I ever batted long enough to need either, if I'm entirely honest with you, Gav. Sure, there's someone in the marketing department that's already trying to work out, can we get them in the club shop for April next year? Well, there's nobody for company around deploy now. It is solely the keeper. There is a long leg, a backward square leg, and a deep mid-wicket, all out for the short ball leg side.
Eased away, just the single. Didn't go after it too hard, did he deploy?
Of course, everyone now trudges back to where they were for the right-hander.
Edged. It will be edged for 4. It's another boundary for Morgan. Not quite as he'd have fancied, but played it with an angle back, the young man.
At least it was straight down. So yes, it might be an edge, but he's playing it with soft hands. I mean, he sailed past his previous high score of 10.
It's a good 10 as well, wasn't it? It was a good 23. It's not a bad 27. I mean, again, he gave himself every chance there, didn't he? He was in position, in line, soft hands, angle bat. He waited for the ball to come on to him, wasn't pushing too hard at it. Be slightly disappointed he hasn't got that one through, but mustn't let that get the better of him.
He threw the head back there as he was holding the position, thinking, oh, I've missed out on 4 there.
You'd imagine that's a moment for Deploy to come and have a chat with him and say, don't worry about that, there's a long time to bat yet. Danger is you try and go too hard at the next one. Was a good short ball that from Taylor, wasn't it? Mistimed. Dot ball finishes. They set the cover back, allowing him the single. 470 for 7.
Just looking around some of the other scores. Derbyshire still going down at Canterbury. Only 2 down. 494 for 2.
Grandstand there, just a few along from the President's box.
A single for Deploy takes him to 194. There's actually a bit of a race for double hundreds going on. Lewis Deploy is on 194. I mentioned that Derbyshire game. Lewis Rees is 191 not out. Wayne Madsen 190 not out. So we've got 3 batters in the 190s. Who's going to be the first to the 200s?
Tumbling stop there by Bracey. Leg side delivery and down the slope as well. Anyone else linked to Derbyshire with a potential double century in the offing? What's Kim Barnett doing right now? Bumped again, happily ducking underneath it. You more of a ducker or a swayer? And I'm not talking about the beer festival out back.
Whichever one of those to engage panic mode goes into, I think would be the answer to that question. Now, unfortunately, the umpire just stuck his arm out there. Umpire Pratt, as DeLange was coming in, because a fielding change is being made and deep cover is going out. So he's got to go back and do it all over again.
Couple of singles. After Langer's over, Morgan's on to 28. 472 for 7. 35 minutes just over until lunch. Can we get zoomed in on that book, whatever that book is? Can we get zoomed in? What do we reckon? Playfair. Wisdom, soft back.
He's not that far in, so he's not going to found out who's done it yet. Oh, it is yellow. It could be. You might be right there, Gav.
Don't bother with the Middlesex reports in there, sir. Fella has no idea what he's talking about. Just as long as they keep giving me the free dinner each year, though. Keep going.
Oh, batter some spin. And Price. Wayne Madson's just got his neck ahead at the moment in the race for the double 100. He's now 198. So good time to get deployed back on strike.
Dropping back. Deep mid-on, mid-off's coming up. Catching mid-wicket in as well. There's slip.
Oh. That looked fairly juicy for a moment, didn't it? Only brings one.
Dots finish. Looks like settling in again in this partnership. Together with the score on 431 for 7. So 43, of which Morgan has 29. As you can see, Deploy hasn't had much of the strike in this time. 46 balls faced by Morgan. Nicking the strike from the skipper, who's closing on 200.
Well, it seems to have been a theme throughout the morning, because DafaNews obviously was getting his share of the strike as well. So it does feel like Lewis Deploy hasn't. I mean, he was 171 overnight, Lewis Deploy, so he scored 24 today.
Well, he's on strike now. March to Langer around the wicket to him. Covers coming across.
The obligatory late field change.
I just don't think he's in much of a rush to deploy, is he? Again, he takes the single there, first ball of the over, I think. Speaking to him last night, I spoke to him about the first half of the season when the runs weren't there as much. He said he couldn't put his finger on it, what was happening, but thanks. His two coaches this year, Richard Johnson, the former head coach, the interim head coach at the moment, Dane Villas. Some nice words for the former coach, that he really enjoyed working with Richard Johnson the last couple of years. But Villas was an accomplished batter, wasn't he? Perhaps just helping him a little bit. Equally, I said to deploy at the end of the day a batter of any calibre. You're always going to go through a dry spell, and is it as important, especially as captain, to show the rest how you come back from that and how you handle it? In swing for De Lange. Well, that's up there with one of the shots of the innings. Middlesex number 9. I think Gloucestershire are getting a little taste here of the potential that most people associated with Middlesex know that Morgan has.
That's as good as anything we've seen in this match. What a shot. And again, the cover sweeper goes out.
He's pinched the strike again. 480 for 7.
The race for the double 100 is down to 2. Wayne Madsen has been dismissed for 198. So it is now the man on your screen on 196, and Lewis Rees is on 198. Derbyshire 516 for 3 down at Canterbury.
Use of the feet for Morgan. Just a single gives deploy the strike on 196. Stroke through, just a single though, the sweeper's back.
Of course, the thing this is doing is people have sort of gathered in areas so they can celebrate. The bowler's bar, I can tell you, they're all standing out waiting to applaud Lewis. But no one's allowed to move now, of course. The law of cricket dictates this. Morgan tries to weigh in with another 4 of his own. So everyone is now congregating, but is just waiting for this moment, and Morgan is dominating the strike.
Should just be a single. So last ball of the over for deploy. Slip warms his hands. And a single for the skipper to end the over. So he'll start the next over on 198. 484 for 7. All eyes on the prize at the moment. You won't be anywhere with a double ton for the home captain in the offing. Langer to deploy. High quality matchup. Oh, now an apology. DaFaNews lets that one slip out.
Well, there's all sorts of things going through your mind when you're 198 not out. I would imagine, I don't say with any confidence whatsoever, but that's not one of the things you're expecting at all, is it?
Nicely bowled, well played and very well fielded. Keeps deploying 198. Now, just a single. Deep covers back, couldn't quite get the angle there to come back for the second deploy. 199.
Now deploy walks down, just initiates that very brief conversation with 2 balls of the over to go.
Oh, yes, no.
Now that's interesting because deploy was really offering to come that time, and for the vast majority of Morgan's innings so far, he's been quite calm, almost second fiddle about the whole thing. But that felt for the first time that actually he was trying to get on to proceedings and dictate a little more and get himself on strike.
A bumper means that deploy will have the strike. 23 minutes to lunch on the second day. How happily will the home skipper be dining today?
And the players' lunches here are legendary. I wonder if you get a double 100, do you get the ability to sort of make a request?
What would you be requesting?
Ooh, there's a question. It would have to be double something, wouldn't it? Double egg and chips.
Right, the field's up for the single for deploy. Everybody on the single and slip catch him. There you go. Find your single through there somewhere, Lias. Good from Gloucestershire. He's going to have to push hard for it. Or come down the track and hit the bowler back over his head. So double ton for Lias Deploy at Lords. First double ton for Middlesex. He was denied one at the start of last season by rain on the final day and weather on the final day at Northamptonshire. But he has a double ton for his new county now, and he has one as skipper, and he has it at Lords as well. Fabulous innings. Taking complete control of this first couple of days of the match after a couple of early wickets yesterday. Having won the toss, the skipper came in and made sure that there was no question about his decision. Delight on the home balcony. But there'll be absolute delight in there. Determination, I'm sure, to go on as well for Deploy. But an outstanding innings, an outstanding performance, and an outstanding cricketer, rewarded with the captaincy just over a year into his contract with Middlesex. He's very much impressed since moving down from Derbyshire. Good to see him back in the form that he's pretty much spent the majority of his career in this second half of the summer. I think it'll loosen the shackles at all as he uses his feet again for the second time in the over. I think he'll still be out there for, well, the afternoon session, hopefully, and he's got a young man at the other end who'll be looking at the skipper thinking, well, I've got a pretty useful all-rounder breaking through here. Good time to spend in the middle with a pair of them. Outside the line of off, a safe attempt at the reverse that. End of the over, 490 for 7.
Well batted, Skip. 17th boundary of his innings brings up the double. Now his highest first-class score is 238 not out. So maybe that will be next on the list of targets. I can tell you, Lewis Rees did beat Lias Deploy to his double 100 by about 2 or 3 minutes. But it doesn't matter, does it?
Yeah, but he didn't get it at Lords, did he? In front of the bowler's bar. Fifth over for Hammond. Was the spin of Van Buren to start the pavilion end this morning.
Third bowler used at pavilion end already, because of course Martian DeLong has had a go as well.
Nice use of the feet. Leg side and swept fine. Middlesex close on the 500.
That was a little bit help yourself, and he simply helped it on its way. I mean, he must be seeing it like a beach ball now. It's been there so long. About to face the 300th ball of his innings.
I mean, that could be on the skipper's mind. How many chances for a triple century at Lord's? I mean, at some point they'll put the foot down. Where will deploy be when that time comes? It'll be after lunch now.
Well, as you keep mentioning, Toby Rowland-Jones to come, you just send him in tax-free mode. Just say have a bit of a T20 net almost. And if that leads to 20, 30, 40 more runs, then so be it. Right, Singdale back, and the instruction to the field is scatter. There's 3 men out on the leg side for layers deploy. All 20 metres in off the rope. Long leg, backward square, mid-wicket. But it's the deep cover sweeper. We'll keep that down to a single.
.67 from 91, the partnership for the 8th wicket. 3 century stands already in this Middlesex innings. Picks out the fielder. It's nicely worked away. .123.4 overs bowled and 500 on the board for Middlesex. 7 down. Incredible knock from the home side, winning the toss, 2 down early on. But that century stand for the third wicket. Holman and still there, deploy. Part of 3 century stands in this innings. Don't want to talk either of these batters out, but how many batters have had 3, well, potentially now 4 century stands in one innings, been part of 4 century stands in one innings? I guess you'll check straight away for Lara's big innings. Sam Northeast with a triple century here at the start of last season. Gooch, of course, in 1990 here. Triple century. I think the only one, the first one I saw, the second one was Northeast. The first was Justin Langer at Taunton in 2007. So a few scorecards to have a look back, see how many century stands those batters were involved in. 501 for 7, and well, whisper it, but the skipper could even be thinking about a little bit more than double century here at Lord's. Morgan going nicely on 39. And Middlesex in a pretty good position on the verge of lunch on the second day.
You mentioned that Graham Gooch triple century. I heard him this week paying tribute to Dickie Bird after the announcement of his passing, and Dickie was the umpire in that triple century game.
Wow, look at that from Morgan. Chase for Singdale. He's quick. Is he quick enough? Oh, that was a laboured run from Singdale there, wasn't it? But to be fair, 4 sessions out in the dirt and some pretty hard toil for the quick as well. I don't blame him. Into the 40s, Morgan.
Yeah, so in that triple century game, Graham Gooch got the triple century and also got 100 in the second innings as well. But one of his highlights or memories of that game was Dickie Bird. Just a single, yeah, singles taken out to deep cover. The reason being, Graham was standing at second slip at one point and took a catch off Capel Dev. And Dickie wasn't sure that it had carried, so went to the square leg umpire, who was Nigel Plews. And Nigel Plews said, "Sorry, mate, I'm not sure."
Goes again here. Dot ball this time.
My apologies, I've got that the wrong way around. Nigel Plews was standing and wasn't sure that it had carried, so went to Dickie at square leg. And Dickie went, "I'm sorry, you're on your own on that one." So it was given not out. And you remember, of course, Capel Dev then plonked all those 6s to avoid the follow-on.
Oh, there'll be overthrows here. Morgan's got to get a move on though. A direct hit and he'll be gone. I think he's gone. Well, was the umpire in position to give it? It looked like he was short from up here. Where was the umpire? Was he ready for the second run himself? No, here's the first. Hammond with an angry throw at the non-striker's end. Back they come. Indeed, my apologies, it was deploy. I was saying it was Morgan. Here we go. I think he's in trouble here. No, good call from the umpire. Very, very good. Well, that would have been a horrible way for it to finish. Just under 8 minutes until lunch on the second day. Can deploy just get that heartbeat down again now? Settle himself down for lunch. Oh, that would have been a miserable way for it to go. Run out coming back for buzzers.
That really would have been a drag him off job, wouldn't it?
Now let's keep an eye on this conversation. Morgan was the one, wasn't he, running to the non-striker's end, so he was watching it and saw the overthrow, would have called deploy back and fraction late turning and coming back deploy, because he wouldn't have thought of it really. Morgan, Hammond picking up just a couple of tracks away. Lovely shot that is. Morgan's on to 49. Sumptuous little clip. And effortless as well.
I've got a funny feeling I might know who you're going to be chatting to at close of play this evening. Kevin, I think you and Sebastian Moore are going to be getting to know each other a little bit better.
Yes, no, Deploy's got to get back. And he does. Sorry, says Morgan.
And your first question would have been, so why did you run the skipper out on 213?
Yes, no again, but fortunately it was pretty quick settle on no this time. They were both ready to go. Deploy's coming down to have a chat. You got 49 of them, it's just one more. Take your time. Oh, ducks into that. And I tell you what, it didn't get up a great deal, did it? No appeal from Gloucestershire.
Oh dear. And this time, Lewis Deploy is going down for a conversation for an entirely different reason, which is to buy his batting partner some time. Just to clear the thought processes. Now, are they thinking well, there's a potential weakness there because Gloucestershire have just moved over a catching mid-wicket, straight short mid-wicket and the standard mid-wicket.
There it is. Through mid-wicket, and he brings it up with a boundary as well, Morgan. A fine, fine innings from Middlesex's number 9. He supported his skipper on the way to 200, and he gets a pat on the back for his maiden first-class 50. 75 deliveries, 7 fours. And Sebastian Morgan is announcing himself in quite a way at Middlesex at the moment. He's making it all look relatively easy.
Well played. Very well played. I've said it a couple of times. It's the time of the year to impress the coaches and the captain. He is doing exactly that.
Extra oomph in that from Singdale. Down the leg side it goes. Well, it is only a 50, but it feels like a big one for Morgan. As he said, his top score was 10 at Old Trafford last week, but he did score that 69 in the match at Old Trafford in the one-day cup, a match that Middlesex turned at the last and saw them through to the knockout stages of the competition. They were out at the quarter-final stage to Hampshire, but nonetheless that partnership with Gohar really caught the eye in the performance of Morgan. 18 years and 26 days. Couple more to the total. On the verge of lunch, as you'll have seen on that clock just a moment ago. This will be the last over, you'd have thought. Yeah, 210 and now 53 in 3 first-class innings for Morgan. And from what we've seen, you'd imagine that's going to be the first of a great number of 50s at very least for the youngster. Still feels like there's that little bit of drift out there for the spinners. They're all, well, from the pavilion end anyway, bowling into this wind, which will assist that. One ball to lunch. A couple of wickets in that first hour. Gloucestershire were just about starting to get into a position where they'd have the chance of winning this morning's session, but no matter what happens with this ball, that won't be the case. But it would be a big boost for Middlesex to go in 7 down. And that is what they will do as Morgan pushes back. We've ticked to past. And, well, after a fabulous first day, I wasn't sure that we'd have just as much praise to be heaping on Middlesex, particularly with the bat today. But a maiden first-class 50 for young Morgan to go with the 50 he got in list day cricket. Leas Deployer's gone to a double century. 519 for 7. We did say 130 a session, and they have pretty much gone at that again. Will they go at it again this afternoon? If they do, then one, if not both of these, could be close to pretty impressive milestones.
What a morning. What a morning. You said yesterday, actually, that in the afternoon session it could easily be a 5-wicket kind of session, but Gloucestershire weren't ever able to do that. And there was just a moment this morning that you thought there was the door was opening slightly. Well, Middlesex have slammed that back shut. And the two batters are getting a very good round of applause for some work very well done. 216 not out. Stands out like a beacon for Middlesex, as does Singdale's 5 for 108 in fairness for Gloucestershire. But at the moment, lunch will be tasting very sweet for the home side.
Well, indeed, Andrew McCann, thank you very much indeed. Myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the commentary on this one as well. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes here on the live stream from Middlesex in association with DafaNews. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords, where Middlesex are in a pretty handy position on 519 for 7. They won the toss yesterday. Leicester Ploy electing to bat, and it's been pretty tough going for Gloucestershire ever since. A couple of wickets yesterday morning, a couple again this morning. But on 2 occasions where you'd have thought, well, in fact 3 with the 2-2 yesterday afternoon as well, maybe they'd have a chance to get back in. They haven't. As it is now, it's very much catch up in this game for the visitors. They've somehow got to finish this one quickly. They've got Leicester Ploy on 216, Sebastian Morgan on 53, and still Toby Rowland-Jones and Noah Cornwell to come. Live stream here at Lords, brought to you in association with DafaNews. Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the coverage of the 4 days of this one. We're at Middlesex looking to go out on a high. Deploy is certainly going to do that come what may. 200 to his name. How much more, though? It's Taylor to bowl to him after lunch. First double ton for Middlesex, first at Lords. It's just shy of one at Northamptonshire last season, the final day. It was glorious blue sky as much as it is today, actually, but the wind was so strong they couldn't get the covers off on that final day. First run after lunch, 217 for Deploy. I'd imagine they'll bat at least an hour of this session. Quite possibly a lot longer. But how these two go, you don't want to say this young man in particular, because Deploy's been out there for a long time, so fatigue will be part of it as well. But yeah, how long this partnership can keep going. It's worth 89.
Well, they always used to say in declarations, do what the opposition don't want you to do. With 500 odd already on the board, Middlesex surely can't lose, so it's now about doing what Gloucestershire don't want them to, and that is keep on going and keep on grinding.
Oh, it's a lovely ball. A different test here for Morgan now, with Taylor left arm over from the nursery and the ball will angle across like that, but the natural stock ball from the left arm will be to bring it back in up the slope. Was the bat involved? I think there was a little ricochet.
Good spot. So slip and gully, backward point. There's also a third stationed. Deep cover, extra cover mid-off. On the leg side, only 2. Mid-wicket, mid-on. So nobody behind square on the leg side. No long leg or fine leg.
Has he edged it? He has. It's going to be 4 more. Rare full stroke from Sebastian Morgan in this innings.
Just threatened to go back up the hill on him, didn't he? He was actually in a decent position for the ball carrying across and going a bit wider. And then he just ended up being a little bit cramped in the end. 4 more though. 5.24 for 7.
That's a feeling that man must surely be starting to feel now. A little bit of cramp 309 deliveries. Out there in what, the 7th, 8th over yesterday morning. Huh? Now Van Buren started things up from the pavilion end this morning, keeping it tight. We'll start things up after lunch. Ooh. What did that take? Did he hit the ground? Was there a little edge?
Well, as you can see, those footholds are still there, despite the ground staff sweeping things away during the interval. There is those areas of rough, and he managed to get a couple to go massively earlier. It was fuller and straighter on that occasion. I mean, one ripped pass deploys right hip. Went for 2 byes down the leg side.
Made an over for Van Buren to get started after lunch. 5-2-4 for 7.
Yeah, he just missed those marks on that occasion, ended up dragging it wide. I mean, when you think about it, you're effectively talking about an area the size of a dinner plate. That's what that foothold mark is.
Depends whose dinner it is, Macca.
Well, it might be an Alan Partridge 12-inch breakfast plate for those of a slightly older disposition, and remember the early series of Alan Partridge, but essentially that's what you're aiming at. And then you've got the variation of, well, will it explode out of it or stay down, or even just carry on as normal?
He's coming back for a new series, isn't he, Partridge?
Yeah, I saw a trailer the other day, but which, I mean, the trailer itself is incredibly clever, isn't it? The way they've done it as a crowdfunding advert. He's a ridiculously talented man, Steve Coogan.
Was it you that saw him on stage earlier this year?
It was indeed.
Dr. Strangelove?
Very much so. He was magnificent in that as well. Playing, was it 3 or 4 different characters? And did them all brilliantly. But the incredible thing, and you'll appreciate this, you go to the theatre an awful lot, costume changes for all the different characters. It wasn't just a case of turn your jacket inside out with a double lining sort of jacket. It was a full costume, change your shoes and the whole bit. And he was only off the stage about 90 seconds at these times. If you get a chance to see it, it is brilliant. Actually got to meet him afterwards as well. We were it was a birthday present from my wife, and we were just walking around the edge of the theatre, making our way back towards the tube station, and was just at the back door of the theatre cutting through, and lots of people were standing around. We thought they were just having a drink, and the stage door opens, out pops Steve, out there for 5 minutes or so, a few hellos and a few photographs.
Did he get your autograph?
No, we did have a very nice photo though, which is on one of the mantelpieces at home.
Is he a cricket fan, Steve Coogan?
I'm not sure is the honest answer.
You didn't ask him. Oh, you asked him if he was a rugby fan, didn't you?
I've got to be honest and say it was very brief. I mean, he must have been absolutely shattered after a performance like that. So even to come out was quite brilliant in itself.
You a Ted Lasso fan?
Do you know what? I am.
You know what I'm about to say next?
I came into it very, very late, as it felt too close to home. You know, when you spend all day working in sport, the last thing you want to watch is something else in the world of sport. But it was my wife, actually, who said, no, seriously, you need to watch this.
I take your Steve Coogan. Stood in a bar the other week, looked to my right. That's that assistant coach from Ted Lasso, I'm sure it is. He shaved the beard off, but you're going to recognise that look in the eyes anyway. Roy Kent stood right next to him. A tall, attractive blonde lady stood next to him. And then immediately to my right, Ted Lasso himself. All four of them.
Fantastic. There's a new series of that coming as well, isn't there?
There is.
Can't wait to see that. I actually had to channel my inner Roy Kent.
He didn't ask for an autograph either, by the way.
Had to channel my inner Roy Kent during last season, my daughter's rugby training. I was refereeing one night, but I'd forgotten the whistle. And I ended up just standing and shouting, "Whistle!" And a few of the parents got the gag and started laughing, and the kids thought I'd all gone mad.
I mean, imagine bumping into one of them, but all four of them.
I apologise because I can't remember the guy's name. The man who actually plays Roy Kent, saw the other day. He's just in another. I think it's either a play or a film that's opening. They were doing some press around that. But obviously that was all sort of filmed in and around this area, wasn't it? An awful lot in and around Richmond. I'd love to see Ted Lasso trying to get his head round cricket. That would be quite entertaining.
Maybe that's the new season.
If it's not, we need to write it quickly. Actually, I think the new season's about a women's football team, isn't it?
Oh, now was the bat involved? Just short, was it?
I think it's a great stop. Leg slip's been in the game quite a lot. It's a healthy ricochet, but it is just short. Well, obviously in a couple of days' time, we're going to pop you in a shoebox and put you in the
what's
shed.
Happening?
Well, yeah, as we hibernate you until the next cricket season.
I think you're going to dunk me at the bottom of the Thames.
No. We'll put you into hibernation, and we'll give you your laptop as well, and you can write a new series of Ted Lasso for them.
Roy Kent as a cricket coach, eh? Can you imagine?
He's basically your Brian Close type, isn't he? He wouldn't go out with an arm guard or anything like that, or a helmet. Wouldn't stand for any of this thing that you've got to bat with a helmet on.
Ouch. Now, where's that struck? Not the helmet. They're not looking for the physio. Maybe just got the gloves up in time. Oh, yeah.
It's almost like he lost it. And we've spoken about how many balls and how many hours he's been out there. That really came out of nowhere. That was a surprise always round.
Steered nicely. 2-2-1 for deploy. These two came together with the score on 431, so potentially a 4th century stand for deploy, which is another quiz question for us now, isn't it? The last batter to have been involved in 4 century stands in one innings. It's a rare loose one from Morgan. One just flays at it slightly. It doesn't feel as though he's lined Taylor up as well as he's lined up some of the other bowlers. Morgan getting just a little challenge for the youngster. Deploy perhaps a word of advice. A couple of double tons last year for Middlesex. Ryan Higgins got one against Glamorgan here in the northeast. 334 did he finish on? 335, just going past Gooch's 333. Edged. Oh, it didn't carry, and it goes through the legs, and it's 4 runs, and it is a century stand for the 8th wicket. Morgan with a fabulous 61 of those from 97 balls. Deploy. He's going at a fair lick though, 40 from 46, but Morgan dominating the strike. A 4th century stand of the innings, and Deploy involved in all 4 of them.
It really is quite a strong statement from the skipper though. Bearing in mind we are talking about the 9th wicket partnership, and the senior batter has allowed the number 9 to face effectively 2/3 of the strike. It's a real show of confidence in him. Taylor, you might have just seen on that replay, just in the top of the picture as he wheeled away, the hands started to go out in frustration as something else does not go to hand.
So the last Middlesex batter to be involved in 4 century stands in one innings. Answers on a postcard. Use of the feet, up and over it goes. Four more for Morgan.
can almost see him growing, both in cricketing terms and physically, as at the crease. Really is playing well here.
We were discussing at lunch the last 18-year-old to score a 50 for Middlesex in first-class cricket. Names that spring to mind, whether we can confirm it: Owe Shah, Mark Ramprakash. Andrew Strauss was one offering, but I'm not sure Strauss was in quite as early. We'll have a look. Against Knowles. 277 by Patsy Hendren is the highest score by a Middlesex player at Lords against Kent in 1922. So there's never been a triple century by a Middlesex player at Lords. Hendren indeed was one of those who did get a triple century, Robertson as well. Both of them were against Worcestershire. Four more for deploy. 50 behind Hendren's highest at Lords by a Middlesex batter.
Although records do intrigue me, I've never believed that they should influence the play. But I wonder if the dressing room know just how much of an outlier potentially this innings could be, in the fact that we're talking about it being, let's say for round numbers, 100 years since a Middlesex player scored a triple century here.
Field set back for deploy. It's just a single. There's a fine leg, a long leg, and a deep square. Yeah, and we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, do we? Because it's a long way away, isn't it? But as far through now, you have to start thinking of records. As I say, the first two that sprung to mind for me were the last batter to be involved with 4 century stands in one innings. And indeed, the last 18-year-old to hit 50 on debut for Middlesex. So I can't think of one in my time covering Middlesex. So as I say, Ramprakash, Shah and Strauss, the immediate candidates spring to mind. Now, of course, there could have been a random debut in there somewhere. I can think of, though. Only a good young batter that was coming through but didn't make it, Adam London. Dan Housego, players early when I was covering this job who were breaking through at a young age, but I don't think as young as 18, though.
There's been lots of players, haven't there, of that sort of age range, and obviously the England under-19 side always you feel is a pointer. But there's been a lot of players who've scored big runs for England under-19 who've then not been able to go on and take it further. Single taken. I mean, one comes to mind was the England under-19 captain for a while. Do you remember Matthew Dowman? Made a triple century and had a decent career with Notts and Derbyshire, but never quite, hit the heights that everyone was expecting after he'd made this incredible score. And as England under-19 captain, is so often it's the FEC thing comes out, the future England captain.
It's a nice shot. Just for one. Keeps the strike, end the over, 8 off it. 5-4-7 for 7. Now Northeast 3-3-5 here. Just thinking of century stands in that innings. It's a century stand for the second wicket. And indeed there was a century stand for the third wicket. And the fourth wicket was an unbroken century stand. Colin Ingram was 132 not out. So there was 3 century stands in that innings. Northeast involved in all 3. Langer at Taunton in that match we mentioned yesterday. That's the next one I'm going to have a look at. And then of course the Lara innings.
I had the misfortune of being in Antigua when Brian Lara got that 400 against England, and I do mean misfortune. It was not a thing of beauty. Once he got to about 200 odd, it was clear he was playing for himself and the record, because they decided, well, we can't get a win out of this. And this was when the West Indian side couldn't win a 1-ticket raffle.
Oh, Morgan. He's gone after that a few times. First time he's done it against Van Buren, though, which might be what Elias Deploy is heading down to say to him. Not against Van Buren.
Well, that didn't divert an inch off the straight, that delivery.
I'm sure Deploy won't be talking to him in these circumstances, these ways. But there's a century here for Morgan. 68, 105 balls. He's got a skipper at the other end, a worn-out attack. And with what you've just said about Lara, neither of these will be batting for individual records now. It will be the team on their mind, so they won't be letting this run rate dip and just digging in for the runs.
And that's important. The captain's got to be telling him what the plan is. In other words, we've got 45 minutes, we've got an hour, whatever it may be.
Goes again, he gets it away this time, and he gets it away sweetly for 4. He's into the 70s, and that brings up Middlesex's 550.
Well, they're just keeping on trucking. He plays the shot again, and he makes great contact with that, doesn't he? It's not a risk anymore, that shot. Players are playing it from such a young age now, and it's grooved into them in the same way that a cover drive is, or a conventional sweep is. It's not no risk, but it's certainly low risk.
Well, you wonder, because Deploy would say to Morgan, look, 650 we're going to go for here.
Oh, hello.
Defensive line.
Well, it's got to be, hasn't it? In fairness, though, if he bowls that and it lands on one of those footholes and it goes a foot past off stump,
Top balls to finish. 5-5-1 for 7. The Langer match. Now, this was the one where there was extraordinary numbers of runs. Middlesex first innings in that. Sorry, there's one to come because of the wide in this over, of course. (5-5-2) for 7. Middlesex batting first at Taunton 2007. 600 for 4 declared. O.A. Shah 193, Nick Compton 67, so there'd have been a century stand there. But it's about one batter being involved in it. Shah then had another century stand with Ed Smith. For the third wicket, Smith then fell. And then for the fourth wicket, it was 80. So there's only a couple of century stands for Shah in that. Langer then in the 850 for 7 declared in reply. All 4 days on my own commentating on this one. All 4 days. Langer was 315 of that 850 for 7. 95 was the stand with Trescothick for the second wicket. He had a century stand with Hildreth. Century stand with white. And a century stand with, would it have been Spurway? But that's only 3. Over to Lara. What year was it? Well, the 501 for Worcestershire's got to be the first one to look at.
Warwickshire, Durham, that would be...
Lovely shot. Chase is on, and the chase will fail. Another boundary. Deploys on to 233.
We spoke earlier about the race to 200. Well, Lewis Deploy will be the highest of the 3 batters who were looking at doubles, as Wayne Matson was dismissed for 198. Lewis Rees for 211. Can Lewis Deploy push this to 250 and then even more? With shots like that, he's got to have a chance.
Lara's 501, so Dominic Osler was out for 8 to begin with. Roger Twose has gone for 51. Lara was at 3,501, so there's a good chance that he and Twose, it doesn't actually have the partnerships for that innings, but looking at it, there's a very good chance that Twose and Lara had a century stand for the 2nd wicket. Trevor Penny was then gone for 44. Again, there's a chance that was 2, but Paul Smith went for 12 before Piper hit 116. Oh, very nearly gone again. It's fatigue getting to Morgan. 109, and this is the scratchiest he's looked in the 109 balls he's faced this last 20 minutes or so. So yeah, there's only really the potential for 3 century stands there. So even Brian Charles couldn't do what Leas has done, unless he did it in the 401 or the 375 or the plethora of other innings.
I bet Lewis doesn't miss as many flights as Brian Lara, though. I was once told by someone at Warwickshire that in his time there he missed about 8 flights from the Caribbean.
From Morgan, he's on to 73. He'll keep the strike. 258 for 7. Deploy. A lot of the talk that he had last night on the post-match into was about how you go about things and what he wants to achieve in the job as captain, how he wants the team to play and to react to situations. Well, there's a situation to react to here, isn't there? There's a young man on the verge of a maiden first-class ton. We're already scrambling to see the last Middlesex batters hit a 50 at 18. First class cricket. Strauss made his Middlesex debut in 1998. He was born in 1977, so there you go. Strauss is not one of the 18-year-olds.
So essentially we're saying is it's going to be a pretty short list.
Roland Butcher, who's next door for this match in the BBC commentary box. He mentioned Ram Prakash in one of his early innings, a 50 in a final here, but of course that would have been a List A game. Oh, swept away in between them. Interesting to see, was there anything on that? Side signals.
Well, the head went back from Bracey. I don't know if that was just disappointment or he actually thought there was something on this. Difficult to tell that.
No, side leg stump. Shah made his debut in first-class cricket in '96.
Just outside.
So Shah was born '78. His debut was '96, although I don't have the month. Although he's a...
I think he was about
December, is it?
October.
October 22nd, yeah. So he'd have been 18 that summer, so... Then we've got to scramble for how many days into his 18th year was he, because Morgan's, what, 18 years and 23 days? There's a fair chance that Shah would have made a 50 that summer in '96, but we'll have to wait and find out. .561 for 7. Mark Ramprakash was born September '69. And his debut came in 1987, so with a September birthday, there's a chance he was 17 on his... not only his Middlesex debut, but also when he scored his first-class 50, so... Good number for a good statter.
Well, look, sorry, I was just going to say, if we're putting Sebastian Morgan in the same categories as Mark Ramprakash, then he's having a very, very good day.
Well, and is Shah. They were the two obvious thoughts as to one of those two might have done it at 18. Ramprakash might have done it at 17. But again, Morgan's only, what, 23 days into his 19th year? It's only 6 days. Lovely shot. Sweeper will hold them to just a single.
By the way, intriguingly, we mentioned the two Derbyshire players looking for double hundreds. You might have thought they would have bailed out when both of them had been dismissed. They're still batting on, 6-14 for 5 down at Canterbury after 135 overs. So they're 50 runs on from where Middlesex are in pretty much the same number of overs. Obviously, slightly different size ground, but yeah, they're still going on. It's interesting that here in Kent, still in the first innings of the match, at Worcester and at Southampton, they're in the third innings of the match. Second time round, Surrey are 15 for 1. That was after Hampshire had a lead of 101 on first innings, and Sussex bowled out for 350 after Worcestershire were 123 all out first time round. They're 35 without loss in the second.
single take, and a silly mid-on in place now for Morgan, with a Gloucestershire feeling he's looking a little tired as well and might just push one back. Keeps the strike, 5, 6, 3 for 7. He's on to 74, Morgan.
Just while we're rounding everything else up, Notts trying to clinch the title. Well, they're not just yet there. Warwick's 258 all out, as we said earlier. Notts 127 for 2 in their first innings. It's going to take something quite spectacular, you would suggest, to deny them, but they're not there just yet. Right. Another change of bowling. And bowler number 9. Jack Taylor's going to have a go.
I was going to say, you know, these runs here, not taken away from North East for a moment, or Higgins, that double century, or indeed Fernandez, Holden. But the runs last year, they were against Kookaburras, weren't they? This is a Duke's ball at Lord's, 10:30 start September. A pretty decent attack, led by one of the most prized assets up for grabs this summer in Singdale. How much focus does Morgan need to keep here? I'm sure Deploy will be saying the same. Don't get out to the part-timer.
Yeah, I've not done all this work to be got out by your 8th change bowler. It's when the keeper takes the pads off, then you know it's getting really serious.
Dropping short, cut hard, and cut for 4. And that is Lewis Deploy's highest first-class score. He's got his first double ton for Middlesex, his first double ton at Lord's, and with it, his highest first-class score. Again, no mean feat, what we're seeing here. They were under the cosh yesterday at 2 down Middlesex, but Deploy has steered the team well away from that, and they're seeing the absolute best of him now. It's got to be in his mind, hasn't it, the 300. We're only on the second afternoon of this game. Middlesex can completely boss the game. There's lots of time left. It's another thing for Morgan, not only his own century, but stay there with the skipper. Morgan may well go on to get Manny a century. How many chances will Deploy have at a triple ton?
Well, there's some fresh kit coming out. Interesting to know if I didn't see a signal from Les Deploy to the dressing room to ask it to come. But it doesn't look like there's a lot of messages being passed one way or the other, so maybe he did signal and I just missed it. Could be that they just wanted to get the thoughts of the skipper. Are we still on plan A as discussed at lunchtime? You still seeing it the same? We've had, what, 45 minutes post-lunch.
Silly mid-arm pushed in there. They'll get back for a couple.
Yes, there is the short mid on, but I like the fact that he's still prepared to play that. The on drive, generally regarded as the indicator shot. If you get the on drive going nicely, that means you're playing well.
A silly mid-on and a short straight mid-wicket now as well for Morgan. And he tries to push him back instead. Yeah, I was saying that these are, these are serious runs. First innings of the match. Proper deck, proper ball, proper bowling attack to Langer. Singdale. They are a bowler down, we should add, but boy oh boy, as we've seen, there's been a plethora of options nonetheless for Gloucestershire. That's a nice shot. Sweeper's bat though, so just the single again. Let it happen like that, lads.
Well, if we're working on the basis that Bracey's not going to take his pads off, then the only other member of the Gloucestershire side who haven't bowled so far is Joe Phillips. And this is his 11th game of first-class cricket, and he's not bowled a ball in them. So it would be a serious turn-up for the buck if he gets to turn his arm over.
Opening the blades, but only to backward point. 240 for deploy, 79 for Morgan. Middlesex 273 for 7. This is a real concentration thing now for Middlesex, isn't it? Jack Taylor. Morgan's on to 80. What price those precious 20 more runs for Morgan, but for deploy similarly this far into his innings, it'll be about stamina as well. Well, who's got the stamina to go and fetch that? 6 for deploy. Big one. And it propels him on at least towards the 250 for now.
Good job that went into the grandstands, because if there was nothing there, that would still be going now. Look how far he's taken that from outside of off stump. Yep, they knew pretty quickly.
I think about 2 here. 1 for the arm. Back they come. Deploys quick. Just going to have to be careful on those 2s in terms of fatigue, because the legs will be feeling pretty heavy right now, won't they, for Leas deploy. That is the 150 partnership the 8th wicket. This is the biggest partnership of the innings, which again is another feather in the cap of young Morgan.
.150 partnership, and the number 9's got more of them than the number 4. 80 plays 70. Except it's not 80 and 70, because of course there have been a few extras in there as well, but you get the point I'm making.
Well, quite often when you'd say that as well, that the number 9 has got more than the number 4, you think about some agricultural efforts from the number 9. It's not been the case. Deploy batting beautifully, but so too is Morgan, stroking the ball around. And yes, he's had far more of the strike than Deploy in this partnership, but they've all been proper cricket shots, which you have to regard the reverse sweep as now. They're not just agricultural slogs. Here's a man that can hit the ball a long way, Marchant de Lange. Can fire it down pretty quickly as well. He's still looking for his first wicket. He's a ton up in the runs column already.
Well, someone on the chat on the stream was just asking what the weather forecast for Saturday was like, because earlier on in the day the forecast was saying there might be the odd little splattering of rain. Well, it's updated, and we shouldn't get any rain in the remainder of the game. Tomorrow might be overcast, but we're not due to get anything. And we now shouldn't get any rain on Saturday either, so there should be plenty of play left in this game, which therefore might be affecting the thinking. Still 50 overs left of today, once we finish this one off.
Yes, no. Oh, it's a comedy of errors. It's gone for 4. Well, every little helps, but Middlesex don't need much of a helping hand here from Gloucestershire. There was a yes, no, the buzzers. 4 of them.
I was about to say there are easier ways of getting a single, and then the ball just carried on going, and it ended up being 4. Well, that's a little bit messy. Mind you, it's 4 more to Sebastian Morgan, so he probably doesn't care a jot.
So Morgan moves to 84.
Now there's a conversation about who should be on strike here. And I guess it's all down to, did they complete the run? And therefore, was Morgan going to be at the non-strikers? Or but he's not. He's back facing the music. It's interesting you mentioned this, Kev. They've put the 2 close catches on the onside, just straight off the wicket, you can see there. I think since there, de Lange hasn't actually pitched one up, has he? Everything's been sort of short. So they're purely there at the moment to get in his eye line. Ah, there we go.
5, 8, 6 for 7. Out comes the sub. Wonder is Deploy just asking for a little bit of input from the dressing room. He's the boss out in the middle, but I'm sure he's the kind of guy that would see what the thoughts are of the coach, his lieutenants on the balcony. Surely the balcony would be saying bat on. Plenty of time left in the match. Total control for Middlesex. Ryan Higgins hooded on the right. Something's going on up there. Higgins is smiling. Cracknell. They've even got Dame Villas smiling. Goes big again. And that is the 250 up for Lewis Deploy. The first time he's passed that milestone in his career. 254 from 343 deliveries. Second 6 both counted the same way in recent overs. 21 fours. Came out there 7 overs into the piece, having won the toss and lost his 2 openers before. He's got to be thinking now of the 3 figures. Morgan at the other end, 18 more for a century for him. But not only the 3 figures, if you did get to the 3, the highest score at Lord's is 80 runs away. Belongs at the moment to a man of Kent who was playing for Glamorgan at the time. Surely should belong to a man of Hungary. Hungarian passport for Lewis Deploy, South African born, but playing as non-overseas. He's nationalised now.
Well, in that case, I posed the question earlier, if you get a double 100, are you allowed to request something for special for lunch? Goulash tomorrow, lads, that's what we're going for.
Yeah, I'm not going to call him Hungary's finest when he brings up the 300. But as big a team man as he is, he's got to be playing for the striker at the batter at the non-striker's end. 15 away from a maiden first-class ton, barely into your 19th year. These runs are getting a little nervy for me between the wicket. There's a lot of yes and then an almighty no and a scurry back. I think they need to settle that down. Now here perhaps comes the answer to whatever question Deploy posed to the dressing room. I know it is just a change of gloves on this occasion, so the answer's got to be pretty clear, hasn't it? If he was just sending a message in between in quite a few changes of gloves and drinks of late, any thoughts, lads? Thoughts have got to be dip a bat on. Keep going.
I suppose the only thing against that is you want to finish the season with a win. You want to make sure and guarantee that you've left yourself enough time to win the game. And one thing that Middlesex have to look at when they see the scoreboard is 143 overs have been sent down for only 7 wickets. And there have been very few, there's a couple of balls that have gone to hand and then gone to ground. So it's not as if this has been 15 or 16 chances to take 7 wickets. they want to make sure that they've left themselves enough time in the game to take 20, to actually put a W next to this performance. That would be the only thing that would make me slightly concerned about going on too long. Well, that's pretty much put the tin lid on it, hasn't it?
Slapped hard for 6. Morgan's into the 90s.
That is such a good shot. Watch the wrists. Whips it through. 600 up for the team with 6 of the best. It's almost a hockey shot, isn't it? We see that a lot now. Just the way, the speed of the whip of the wrists. 92 from 138 balls faced from your number 9.
Oh, careful now. I do feel Deploy's got to perhaps try and help him through the 90s. Goes again.
End of the over, 144 done. 602 for 7.
So Deploy's just gone past Desmond Haynes in the list of top scores for Middlesex. Haynes hit 255 unbeaten against Sussex. That was here in 1990. 257 is next. That's Edrich against Leicestershire at Grace Road in 47. Bath, Mike Gatting hit 258 against Somerset in 84. Going for the big one again. Sam Robson, notable mention, 253 against Sussex in Middlesex's highest first-class score. Oh, now where's that one gone? Around the grill. Yeah, that 2021 match, Robson hit the 253. 676 for 5 declared that was. I think they've got to have a concussion check for Deploy because that did bounce up onto the grill, so it's obligatory.
By the way, Deploy is now past 1,000 runs in county cricket this year as well.
655 is the highest score at Lord's first class. That was the Glamorgan match and the North East triple century we were telling you about a little while ago. And then the Middlesex Biggin with the Robson 253 down at Hove. Luke Holman picking up 10 wickets in that match. Pretty much similar situation as this. A lot of people had said Middlesex had batted on too long and it was not enough time, and it, what was the words used? A road. It was a flat one at Hove. Well, it wasn't. And again, it's the pressure of how big a follow-on target you have. It stands. You've got to hit 450 here just to avoid the follow-on. Middlesex can push this up towards 700, and you're hitting 550 to avoid a follow-on. Well,
that's where the phrase scoreboard pressure comes from, isn't it? It's exactly that. Right, well, all done and dusted. Medical team are happy for the captain to continue.
Again, only a single though, it's all along the floor. There you go. It's the other thing, economy of effort at the moment, especially for Morgan as well. He's swung a few big shots in the last couple of overs, but the field's well spread. Can he tickle his way to 100? Again, we talked about the fatigue for deploy. Morgan must be pretty tired himself. Goes with the reverse. Goodness me. He's got it. Moves to 97.
Nervous 90s, anyone? Not a bit of it.
Kids these days, huh?
Such positivity in his movements there, isn't it? The stride and then the shot. 97 not out.
Price is throwing the ball. Now Gloucestershire won't like this themselves, throwing the ball around, having to get through this, having to survive it themselves. They're going to have to come out and bat pretty cooked, out in the dirt for a day and a half. Now deploy. Does he just settle himself in here, let Morgan get to his milestone? Then the focus switches back to the skipper. Width resisted.
Well, that was a very big hook with some bait on it, wasn't it? Do you want to chase this one? No, thank you very much.
Single. Brings Morgan on to strike on 97. Nice feeling for the youngster. Be an even better feeling in 3 runs' time if he can get there. Now the reverse has served him well. He's given him stumped on 97. Not to be for Morgan. Just past his 18th year. The reverse had served him well in this inning so far. And it's not to be for young Sebastian Morgan, but boy oh boy has he put a big marker down early in his career. Well, total disbelief and disappointment for the youngster as he looked back. Just dragged that foot clearly outside the line in the umpire's opinion. There it goes. Out, but not back. Bracey completes the work behind the stumps, and Middlesex are 610 for 8, but there's the standing ovation. He'll get many of those. Sebastian Morgan, it's a quite brilliant innings. It's a real shame for him on a personal note that he didn't get those 3 more, but he's already shown. There'll be plenty more days like this for the young man here at Lord's. And you'd have to say, looking at his potential all around the world. 6:10 for 8 it is. The story's over to the skipper once more. 259 to his name. There's a rather large milestone in his sight as well.
Well, as the wicket was given, Deploy actually went and had a long conversation with the umpire, and you did wonder at that point, was he having a conversation about a declaration? But that was quickly shelved.
Well, I think I'd have run down there and had a go at him if he did. He's on 259. There are a lot of milestones in sight here, and at Lord's it would mean something to Middlesex, wouldn't it, to have a Middlesex man at the top of some of these milestones.
Oh, look at that. The welcome for him back into the dressing room. That will be something he will never forget. Well, Toby Rowland-Jones, follow that.
Yeah, what's Rowland-Jones ever done with the bat? He's got a job to do for the man who's replaced him as skipper.
Oh, nice half an hour, 40 minutes running up and down, get himself loose before he can turn himself loose with the ball potentially.
Oh, well. That's what Rowland-Jones thinks.
I think Toby Rowland-Jones was on the first tee at Moore Park there, wasn't he? Tee it high and let it fly.
Nice shot from Deploy. Poor old Langer sweeping up on the rope. They've taken a couple.
You could almost hear the creak of his back as he went down for it, couldn't you? 146 overs. They've been out in the field now, Gloucestershire. It frankly isn't getting any easier for them.
Rowland-Jones. He's ready to give it some.
Well, Toby Rowland-Jones is thinking, there's a lot of runs in this pitch. I want to get my share before the end of the innings. He's faced 2 balls and he's trying to hit both of them out the park.
Can you let Leas get to 300 first, please? Down the track he comes, and away it goes. Hammered. He's been padded up for a while.
I'm sorry, you might get a little bit frustrated, Kev, but he's clearly been given licence by the captain here. You don't do this off your own back.
And again, field well spread. Now gives Deploy strike with 3 balls to go the over. He's put Hammond into the grandstand twice already in this innings. And he's just checked the wind there, hasn't he? He's just picked up the grass and checked the wind, making sure it's going in the right direction.
He's making the mark there on middle stump. Bat now is on off stump.
There you go. Doesn't get hold of it though. They will take a single.
First couple of metres of flight there looks like it was going very much in the direction of Marchand Langer, and then thankfully, from Leas Deploy's point of view, it dropped in front of him. Those two have been at it all game. How ironic would it have been if he'd taken the catch.
Roland Jones, has he got enough? Yes, he has. Long on, backing up, won't get there. Middlesex are crashing along. It's the highest total at Lord's, their highest first class. And maybe a little bit more for Leas Deploy as well. Well, he's not going to hang around, is he? There's a single, and he'll keep the strike.
He's got a strike rate of 333 at the moment. Toby Roland Jones.
I'm sure I've heard that number at Lord's before.
Well, I said about loosening himself up with a half an hour running up and down. He might put his back out the way he's actually swinging here. Wow.
Maybe saying, well, Leas, I think you should have 5 century stands in this innings.
Yeah, just hold on a couple more overs, Skip. I reckon I can do it.
Oh well. I'll get a wide, surely, for that. Almost looked as though it slipped out. He chucked it. A bye signals.
Two, see if they scamper. Nope, stay on 1.
Well, that's not signalled a wide.
Well, let's go back to the call against Van Buren earlier today. For the one down the leg side that could have turned a foot and a half if it had landed in the footholds, and that's not called. Okay, fair enough.
Up in the air. And he holds on. Roland Jones gone for 19. 6-3-4 for 8, and deploy is going to walk off with a red inker on 263. Well, I have to admit, the skipper acting selflessly there, but from a selfish perspective up here, I feel like somebody should have said to him, Leas, there's 300 there for you. 6-3-4 for 8. Selfless from the skipper, and a brilliant innings, as good as you'll see. He's really put Gloucestershire to the sword here and covered it from up third. 2 down in the 7th and the 8th. He raises his bat to the pavilion as he makes his way off. There's the response of the dressing room. We've seen deploy back to his devastating best here against Gloucestershire. He's put his side in a very strong position in this match at Lord's.
480 odd there for the first target for Gloucestershire to even avoid the follow-on, but that is daunting. 263 not out. Morgan's 97 will deserve as many headlines in its own way. Fair play to Singdale. 5 for 108 was the major threat throughout the bowling performance. Well, that's the first part of the job done. Now Middlesex have to follow it up. The captain has showed what happens when you bowl it in certain areas. They now need to go out, do the job, and you would suggest do it twice to get this game won and get the points that would actually reflect the level of performance from this game. They've set themselves up in a great position to win it. Now can they go on and do so?
Well, join us back in a little while. We'll take a break here on the live stream. Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this one. The stream from Middlesex in association with DafaNews. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Umpires are out. Fielders are out. So too are the Gloucestershire openers, who will be feeling a little cooked. This man's had his feet up for a couple of days, bar the onslaught at the end. 10 overs to tea on the second day here. What will Middlesex take off with them at the end of this session? We'll hope a couple of wickets. Put some real pressure on the visitors here at Lords. I'm Kevin Hands, Andrew McKenna's alongside me. Phillips and Charlesworth are out in the middle. I'm still slightly recovering from the shock that Deploy didn't go for the 300.
Don't lie, you aren't slightly recovering, you are still chuntering away in the back of the box. You are not a happy man.
I'll be chuntering away about that this time next year, I think. And the year after that. And the year after that. Yeah, there was history there. So it's a real shame that it hasn't happened, but Middlesex going for the win.
Right, nice little 10 over spell. Very little you can get out of this as a batter. Positively. These sessions are perfect for bowlers. Here's Roland Jones. Well, that one didn't come out right. And while there might have been a couple that we thought could have potentially been called wide. When Gloucestershire had ball in hand, I think we've seen a fairly generous decision there by the umpire not to call that one.
Here's Roland Jones. Oh!
Right, I can't imagine that this was the team talk in the huddle.
Take three.
More like it. Those two words just right of centre at the bottom of your screen are so important for this game. Trail by. The number next to them just feels so far away at the moment. By the way, just to round up Les Deploy, the chances of him batting again in this game, he will hope are pretty much done. So, in 21 innings, 1,009 runs at 56.1, 300s and 550s.
Off the mark with the bat. This innings, Gloucestershire pick up a couple.
Technically speaking, this doesn't have the highest average of the Middlesex squad, of course, with Kane Williamson out weighing in with 133.5, but that was only from a couple of innings. End of the first then, 3 without loss. if it's Roland Jones from the pavilion end, it must be Higgins from the nursery end. Three slips for Higgins and the short leg. Interestingly, deep backward square out, 5 metres in from the rope. So they might be looking to give Charlesworth a short one.
Wow. Spinners didn't move it that much.
Up the hill, a beauty.
Are wrong on that. Edged. 3 slips in place. First boundary. The Gloucestershire innings.
Big healthy edge takes it well wide of third slip.
Tucked away for a single. First look at Phillips for Higgins. So at tea on day 2, the last Gloucestershire player to meaningfully get involved in the game is Phillips. I mean, not bowled. As 9 of his colleagues did. The wicketkeeper Bracey, he was the one that didn't turn his arm over. He must be a filthy bowler.
Or point blank refused.
Yeah. This is what he's paid the big bucks for, though. 3 slips, a gully and a short leg. And a good leave outside off. 8 without loss after 2. Sussex lost, yeah.
Worcestershire 112 without loss in their second innings, so they
Oh,
still trail by 115. So there is room. Yorkshire 136 for 2.
So the jaws on at Headingley.
Against Durham, so they still trail by 210.
Have Hampshire lost yet? Oh no! Sorry, 57 for 2.
Yeah. So trail by 44.
Good stuff at backward point. Morgan.
Notts 4 down, trailing by 71 against Warwickshire. Essex 129 without loss, reply to Somerset's 433. All those in Division 1. Kent are underway in their reply to Derbyshire's 698 for 6 declared. They're 10 without loss.
Now, I think it's pitched outside the line of leg. Height potentially an issue as well. It's tight on pitch out.
Also, you can't be LBW off the middle of the bat, Kev, unless they change the law that I missed.
Optimistic appeal, should we say?
Want to make sure that the umpire's concentrating. Just in the other games, Division 2, Northants 135 for 5 at home to Leicestershire, after Leicestershire posted 429. And Lancashire are leading at Cardiff against Glamorgan. Homeside bowled out 265, Lancs 298 for 5.
Oh, now that's not where he meant it to go. Get a single there. Leading edge. Safe. It's a Holman at backward point.
This is kind of proving what we said a few minutes ago. There's very little as a batting side you can get out of such a short session before tea.
Single off the over, 9 without loss. 7 to tea.
It's a nice shot. Just threads the eye of the needle between the two fielders. That had a little wobble when it went past the stumps. Cracknell not able to take that one cleanly behind the stumps. Just wondered if there was a little bit of wobble on it once it went past. Possibly a little.
Gets through. Morgan trying to scamper across. Now he's got a fair run. He wasn't going to get much support from mid-off. That'll be Toby Rowland-Jones, the bowler at the other end.
Gives you an idea of the impetus that the ball gets across the square and down the slope. And actually got a pretty decent hand on it. And yet it still went another 20, 25 metres down that slope towards the boundary. Higgins around the wicket. Four gone, 16 without loss. Wonder where they're off. Of course, if Kevin had his way, that plane would be doing loops of the ground so that the pilot could allow people to watch Lewis deploy get 300.
I'll still be spissing about that this time tomorrow. That's a nice shot. Boundary for Charlesworth and a decent strike rate for him.
Got there in a real hurry, that one, didn't it? It's just anything wider the stump line, maybe sort of fourth, fifth stump line. Throughout this game, we've seen the batters, when they get their hands free and through the ball, you are getting absolute value for money. As a result, Rowland-Jones is going to change the angle himself around the wicket.
got enough of that again. There it goes down the slope.
Quite near the toe of the bat, but got enough of it. Five in the book, 25 without loss, so 5 overs to go to tea.
Gloucestershire flag.
Charlesworth's just changing his bat. The one he had was going pretty nicely, better than a runner ball. Maybe this one's his big hitting bat. Conversation between Higgins and Roland Jones. Here he comes. Middlesex are putting out a second catcher again, deep on the leg side. So there's a long leg and a deep square leg. As you can see, square leg is just taking a couple of steps to his right-hand side.
Skirts through. Oh, fine stop there. DafaNews. Swing for Higgins. Well dabbed single.
From a batting point of view, that's a great single. From a fielding point of view, that would be really disappointing. It's barely gone anywhere, and yet they're still able to scamper through and then make the field change all the way around again for the right-left hand. The ability to be annoying isn't a prerequisite of batting, it's just a handy little advantage. And again.
And that's not an edge. Well, it looked for all the world as though there was a little nick on that.
It just kept going, didn't it? It's just a fraction straighter, and you're definitely in the business kind of area.
On the other way. It's a finish from Higgins. 6 done in the Gloucestershire first innings. They're 30 without loss.
Well, 3 overs for Roland Jones, and now Noah Cornwall's going to get a go. Only seen a left armer in the game with Taylor. Noah Cornwall's 4th game in the championship this season. 11 wickets so far at 22.8. The best of the regular bowlers. And obviously Ben Geddes is 1 for 5. Earlier in the campaign has him leading the bowlers in terms of averages, but of the regular bowlers it is Cornwall. The 2 men who open the bowling lead the way on 40 wickets apiece. Roland Jones and Higgins. Zafar Gohar 30. And then it's Cornwall, Dane Patterson and Henry Brooks with 11. So 110 of the wickets taken by 3 of those bowlers.
Lovely. From Cornwall, pushing it across.
Nice that one. Threatened to just shake back into the right-hander, but carried it on across. 2 slips and a gully waiting behind.
And still waiting. Lovely bowling there. Well, then Morgan and Cornwell, certainly a real glimpse of the future for Middlesex and the way they're performing at the moment. It's a glimpse of the near future. I imagine a big part of the side next year.
Middlesex have seen enough to put a 4th catcher in. 7 gone, 33 without loss. So 3 more overs to take us to the tea break on day 2. 601. Still trailing.
Something? Anything? Catch it.
Well, if they're going up for LBW, it pitched outside. If they're going up for court, you didn't catch it anyway, but there was no bat. So the result of that each-way bet was no payout.
Nicely timed, beautifully timed. Races away from Charlesworth.
Again, not a massive shot, it's all about timing. I said you couldn't really get much out of a short session like this as a batter, but Charlesworth actually is doing far more than most in situations like this. Better than a runner ball for his 28.
I think he's thinking about hitting 300.
Well, his best this season is 160 with 200s. Gloucestershire actually have 4 batters in this game who all average 40 or better. Jack Taylor 40 exactly, Charlesworth 40.1, Hammond 40.4, and Joe Phillips 46.2.
Pick up 2 here. And he's on to 30 from 28. Into the over, 2 to tea. 39 without loss.
Highest individual score by Gloucestershire in the Championship this year was Ollie Price's 253 not out. And even with that as a not out, his average under 40. He's the next man in line at 37.1. So Bracey's led the way with 950 runs coming into the game. Hammond's 88. Charlesworth 842. Ollie Price 817. It's a cheeky single.
Lovely from Cornwell, bit of lifts.
There's not been many of those in the game.
He's a joy to watch, isn't he, now, Cornwell? When he gets it right, he's pretty unplayable.
All sides desperate for a left armour, aren't they? Just to the variation. Yes, it's another seamer, but just for that angle.
Well, stretching a little for that, but eased in the end. 9 bowled in this innings, 40 without loss, and 1 over to tea, which is only going to be 15 minutes late today.
Oh, hello.
Your tea being delivered? Or is that your lift home? Zafagoha to turn his arm over before tea.
So 2 behind the bat, 1 in front at short leg. A little inside edge, squirty one. Turned away for a couple. One more on this occasion. Last one then before the break.
So, tea it is on the second day. 43 without lost Gloucestershire, but a long, long way behind. They have brought the deficit below 600, though. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes. A live stream here at Lord's in association with DafaNews. And welcome back to Lords, where we're about to get underway for the evening session on the second day. Gloucestershire with a solid start in reply to Middlesex's very large total of 6-3-4. 43 without loss after 10. Now Cornwell's bowled well, 4 from his 2. But Charles Rothesay, you'll see at the bottom there, batted exceptionally well. 30 from 34. Phillips 12 from 26. But a couple of wickets all of a sudden could turn this into a very pressured situation for Gloucestershire. Not that it isn't already. Cornwell from the pavilion end, he's got 3 slips and a gully. And it is Phillips on strike.
Middlesex searching that first breakthrough.
And it was very nearly there.
Just the angle bat, isn't it? Thankfully for Phillips's point of view, it was straight enough.
Chase on here for Gohar, just a single. Tuck for a single more.
So who are you going for this end then, Kev? Obviously got Cornwell continue. We had the 1 over of spin.
Higgins.
Yeah, I think it needs to be, doesn't it? Well, we'll find out very shortly, because that's 11 gone, 46 without loss. Well, you can see in the background, it's not going to be Zafar Gohar to continue. It will indeed be Higgins, who was already at the end of his mark, jumper off and ready to go. Two slips and a gully. Point. Man in the covers, mid off, mid on, mid wicket and long leg as Higgins sets off.
It's up at that one. A dot ball, but a real sign of intent from Phillips.
Looked a lot like some of the shots that Ben Geddes was playing yesterday, wasn't it? Those sort of short arm pulls. Geddes, though, timed his considerably better than Phillips managed on that occasion, but just an early sight, a sign of intent.
A fiddle from Phillips. Just followed that one, sliding down the slope. He's always shaping that way and just kept going. I think two. Comfortable couple it'll be, or could even think a third.
Just squeezed it through, didn't he? Caleb Faulkner, the 12th man's on the field after tea. Without loss after 12. Good start here from Cornwell, none for 6 from his 3. Innings run rate 4 and over. A small scorecard, please, mate. Not often you see that. Roland Jones and Higgins 4 and 5. Cornwell showing them how it's done. Or as they may say, he's learned from the best. First loose one from Cornwell and punished by Charlesworth. Oh, 50 up for the opening partnership and just 74 balls. Feels like a big session, this evening session. 29 and a half overs to be sent down this evening. 580 run lead for Middlesex. But the question is, what can they get in the wicket column?
Carved through. Cover point, that one. Charlesworth means business. 38 from 40.
It's a lovely looking shot. His weight's actually going backwards, not into the ball. Oh, he's just carved it between point and cover.
Good recovery from Cormier. 8 off the over. 56 without loss.
I think the bowling changes are going to be quite interesting here for the next 45 minutes, an hour or so, because you don't want to give the impression as a captain that you're getting nervous, you're panicking, oh blimey, we're not taking a wicket. But there are some good options. We've seen spin in the game. We saw spin around lunchtime yesterday in big spin. We've seen it go really big out of the footholes today. So don't ignore Suffer Gohart. And then you've got other options as well.
Oh, now that has seriously moved up the slope.
Dear me. It's gone up the slope and almost gone under the stumps.
We saw a couple today, didn't we? Just keep a fraction low. Middlesex won't mind seeing that on the second evening. Oh. I'd imagine Higgins has pursed hips right now as well. Plenty to think about.
All of a sudden it feels stump to stump is a very, very good option.
Yeah. Thoughts with the keeper. Saw it earlier for Bracey, didn't we? Never easy keeping at Lords, especially if the ball's doing a bit.
I've said this a few times before. We need another category of extra, because I don't know how the keeper is supposed to stop that. And everyone looks at a scorecard when they see buys and goes, oh, the keeper. But he's dived full length away to his left-hand side.
Leg buys, and bye-byes.
I mean, someone suggested a couple of years ago that we just have something like the Australians use instead of sundries, basically anything else that doesn't fit into a regular category, but that feels unbelievably harsh on the keeper. 14 gone, 61 without loss. Yeah, just on the bowling changes, I was just wondering. Sometimes it might not be the plan, but when you have a player who's having a day out, sometimes you just enjoy it, like they're having a day out. But the way that Seb Morgan's gone today, might be worth giving him a few overs sooner rather than later, because if it's one of those golden days for him, you never know.
Supermassive black holes, not so massive, says scientists.
That sounds like that might not be useful.
Yeah. Who said that? Important business here, we're dividing up banana bread. I thought you left. Who said that? Tight stuff again from Cornwell, 8 off his last over, but he's tightened up to that challenging line and length. And then the attempted to finish. 15 done. 26 to go on the second day. 61 without loss.
Eight maidens Gloucestershire sent down in the 147.5 they bowled. That was the second maiden that Middlesex have sent down so far. Bit of a change of tack from Middlesex here, just the one slip and gully.
He was chasing his shadow there for a minute.
Charlesworth has been playing a few shots, doesn't make contact with that one though.
A lovely late September day, sun still high in the sky behind that pavilion. You can see the turrets pointing out towards the square, flags fluttering away. I felt as though it didn't get up. Charlesworth wasn't overcommitting, but toe into the bat.
It wasn't horrendously down, was it? But maybe just a touch lower than he was expecting.
Well positioned to Gohar. Won't be long until he's into the attack. Two former Gloucestershire men, of course, Gohar and Higgins. Been a fair bit of movement up and down the M4. George Scott, Tom Smith going the other way. Let's run away.
Again, lower than I think he was expecting on the bat. But a thick enough edge and down all the way. And away she goes. I did wonder if it had gone through the gate. Can we have our ball back, please?
Locked out or locked in?
If your name's not down, you're not coming in. Name? De Carey's. No.
It's a quiet little passage here, isn't it? We're going at 4 and over. That's largely down to Charlesworth, as you can see, 42 or 49. Philip 16 off virtually the same number of balls. There we go. Just wants to push it across. The occasional one come back in. Not quite the movement for Cornwell that Higgins is getting at the other end. He's running into the wind, Cornwell. So you'd have thought that would have given some shape through the air.
And as lovely as it looks on your screen, it is still a healthy breeze blowing as well.
Deep square set back, it's a long chase. Faulkner on as a sub. Maybe Morgan actually, my apologies. 3 taken, 68 without loss.
Yep, they've all got their coats on, even though they're sitting out in the sunshine.
Lovely shot. Flowing bat all the way down the slope for 4 more.
Well, Charlesworth has really come out and hit his straps pretty much from ball 1. Just a boundary away from a half century.
Very fine, and it's 4 more, and it's 50 for Charlesworth. 52 balls. And the Gloucestershire opener has picked up where the Middlesex batters left off. Another 50 in this game. Got to be the quickest of the game so far.
Yeah, just works it off his hip. Flicks it down. And the fielder at long leg, well, he's not even in that picture, is it, as it crosses the rope. And I know you're still angry about Lewis deploying his 300, but maybe, just maybe, we're seeing why he made the decision when he did, in the fact that it doesn't look the easiest to take 20 wickets. You would hate to have the opposition following on an 8 down and run out of time. Maybe that's why he pulled the pin when he did.
Ooh, Higgins still getting that to go. Wind at his back.
Now, what happened there? Was that the studs on his heel, on his right foot, I think, catching as he was in his gather?
And affects the next one. Swinging back to the top of off stump.
He's not happy though, is he? I mean, look at that. Ground staff's not going to be happy with that. He's kicking up a right old mess.
Lucky it's the last game of the season.
The umpire's just going back and now patting it back down, and then getting rid of the loose stuff.
No one holds its line. There's the game. A little bit of a game of cat and mouse, isn't it? Swing it back in or let it slide down the slope. Leg side. Tucked away.
That one again, just drifting leg side. Just touched on its way. Almost without blinking, Gloucestershire are 80 without loss.
Oh dear, no. Swings away down the slope, takes the edge, and dips out of the gloves of the keeper.
Well, there's nothing anyone can say. He knows himself, doesn't he?
I was going to say there is, but we can't broadcast it.
I mean, no one's going to feel worse than Cracknell does himself.
Zafagoha from the pavilion end.
Surely, to the left-handed Charlesworth, he is going to be aiming at those two dinner plates we spoke about earlier that are now nice and dusty and hopefully crumbling a little bit around the edges, and will explode out of them.
Did someone say dinner? What cake did you go for at tea, Macca?
Banana cake.
Oh, was it good?
Tasty, I believe the phrase.
Compliments to the chef then?
Oh, why not?
Are you bringing us some more tomorrow?
Yeah, I might well do, yes.
Lime and coconut and Victoria sponge downstairs, which has resisted both. Only to come up and find banana bread waiting for me on the desk. Very good it was as well.
Oh, that's not going to be a very happy bowler there. It's just a little push into the onside, and then realised it was to no fielder in particular, and thank you very much, we'll take one.
It's nice. He just had Philip stretching for that one, but played it well enough.
Umpire Price just getting a bit twitchy about the follow through there. That was very much on the line of leg stump if there's a right hander this end. Inside half of the bat out on the onside to finish the over.
Sun starting to silhouette those stands on the far side. silhouetting the bacon and eggs on top of the grandstand there. The pennant fluttering proudly in the wind.
You do have to keep reminding yourself it is the back end of September. You know, we are officially now in autumn. And it is an absolutely belting day to play cricket.
We've been told to expect wetter summers and warmer winters. One of the nicest days of the year. Barely a cloud in the sky over NW8.
So you're saying in about 30-20, the county championship season will run from October to March or whatever. It'll just match the southern hemisphere. See, that'll solve a lot of problems actually.
Take a Christmas break.
Yeah, we could have a Boxing Day test just like the Aussies. Championship cricket over the New Year period. Although in fairness, if that does happen, it probably means we'll all be coming to the cricket by boat. So, you know, maybe it's not worth the hassle.
So one thing Middlesex be keen on is getting the run rate down. Higgins a ball away from the maiden.
Well, he gets it. Charlesworth's disappointed that he's not put that final ball away for a boundary, though. So a pause while the batters have a drink.
It's all happening. Pill for LBW. Phillips had to get back.
It's actually done really well to not run past that.
Oh, well. Rather snatched at that, it felt, Phillips, but kept Steps it down. Good tumbling stop there. Carries with a smile.
Pair of them going full length to stop it.
Bowler and batter with their heads hanging backwards, looking to the sky.
End of the over, 81 without loss after 21. Feels like Cracknell's in the game here behind the stumps, the way that Phillips is moving around. Middlesex hunting their first stumping of the red ball season. In fact, they didn't get one last season either. John Simpson was the last Middlesex keeper to successfully whip the bails off. It's another tight over from Higgins.
Quite in control of that one again, but not going at it too hard. goes. Tied over results in a boundary to finish. 85 without loss.
Well, again, that's been given as buys. It was bye-bye to the ball down the leg side, certainly.
Nice looking shot. Good tumbling stop. It's the single. Elias deploy. Not cramping up just yet.
Was a bit of a shall we, shan't we for the second. But they settle at one. Right, back over the wicket for the left-hander Charlesworth.
Well, Charlesworth's got places to be this weekend.
He was almost there waiting for it. He came that early.
Deficit below 500 in the not too distant future. 90 without loss after, well, in the 23rd. 20 to go tonight. Oh, there he goes again. 6 this time. Dare to declare, do they?
It's obviously ricocheted back. I want the umpire to have a look at it. Feels like this is Charlesworth basically trying to get Zafagohar out of the attack, because I think they actually know how dangerous he could be. So if they can get him out of the attack, they force Middlesex back into a route they don't want to go down.
Charlesworth charge has been out in force. Sounds like a 1920s dance, doesn't it? The Charlesworth charge.
And then to finish the over, he pulls that one out. .23 gone, 96 without loss.
Yeah, I think they should have gone on for the 300 for deploy.
Kevin Hand on the stream was saying. And then the response to that is, yeah, enough of that, it's your round, get on with it. Right, Toby Rowland-Jones time from the nursery end.
Goes away fine, and that brings up the 100.
They're not a million miles offline at the moment, Middlesex, but they are a bit offline. And that's why that run rate is just round about 4 and over, just at under 4.3 at the moment, because it is that just one ball and over, it feels like at the moment, that is having that significant impact. Has that one gone into the hut? Oh, no, it's gone through the gate again. Oh, I did go in the shed. Zafagoha coming out the back cave. .24 done, 100 without loss.
to Gohar at your peril. Looks a little uncomfortable. I'm sure Gohar won't mind seeing that.
Well, to use a commentary euphemism, the replay's going to be interesting in this. What do you got there? No. Obviously camera shy. Just looking around the relegation battle in Division 1, Kev. Worcestershire 4 down in their second innings at Worcester. 194 for 4. They still trail by 33.
Thought you were going to raise my spirits there,
Afraid not. And Yorkshire are double Nelson for 4 against Durham, so still trail by 124.
And crucially, Hampshire.
Surrey in their second innings, 147 for 5, so lead by 46.
So it's Yorkshire next year away. Is Guy Swindle's available that week?
Elsewhere, Essex 244 without loss, trailing Somerset by 189. And Notts lead by 24 against Warwickshire 6 down.
Edged! Oh! To Carey's swooping, but unable to hold on. I think he was a little wider there at slipped. In fact, he's a lot wider, isn't he? So that would have made that a stunner.
Yeah, in the normal position, well, that would have been a no catch is easy, but relatively straightforward at first slip. But suddenly having to go high and back inside to his left. Followed up by a boundary.
Without loss. Middlesex lost a couple of openers quickly yesterday morning. Then came the deploy show. over 1-8 without loss. 16 remain today.
In the pavilion and out in the middle at the same time.
Seeing it pretty big right now. 63 from 78, Charlesworth. Phillips is hardly ambling along, but he's left well in the dust of his opening colleague. Phillips. They need one to rag here for Gohar, don't they, just to put some doubt into the batter's mind. 'Cause at the moment they're playing it pretty coolly, pretty comfortably.
Another one ticked off. 27 in the book. 109 without loss. So there's 15 left in the day. So we'll be a little bit over time to get the overs in.
Couple of boxes open. 3 in fact, in the mound stand.
Well, unfortunately those in the man stand are now all in shade as well. Some people moved from the pavilion earlier. But as the sun continues to make its way around, all the seating areas down that side are now shaded. So it's just those in the Compton down below us who'll be getting this lovely afternoon sun.
And has he? Yes, he has. Double fist punch from Toby Rowland-Jones. And that is the end of Charlesworth after a combative 63. Middlesex will be frustrated they didn't pick up that wicket sooner. But a good grab gets him in the end. That wide slip in place meant Cracknell had to go a long way to make it his.
healthy nick. And taken well in front of first slip. And you can see the frustration there. But the important thing is they've got the one. Got a new batter coming in, and that might just change the feel of the game, change the opportunities. Charlesworth really is having to drag himself up those steps. But he's got to do it. He's gone. Very impressive 63 from 80 balls, 109 for one. So it is Ollie Price coming out to the middle with that best score for the county this season of 253 not out. Middlesex do not want to repeat of anything even remotely in that order this afternoon. They want Roland Jones to get on one of those spells. A quick fire 3 or 4. Well, let's be greedy, 5 or 6. Will make this game look very, very different. Two slips in the gully for the new man. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg.
A late leave.
And a wicket maiden.
Rather needed that Middlesex just to wrestle back a little bit of control for the start of this Gloucestershire innings. Get that scoring rate down below 4. As I said, Middlesex ideally will want that down below 3. Still more than 500 behind Gloucestershire, but Charlesworth has managed to take a fair chunk out of it.
Has got two right-handers to work on now. Although the vast majority of the rough will be outside the left-handers off stump. We saw Charlesworth using his feet earlier. Now Phillips is going to start dancing.
Well, we've had the Charlesworth charge, the Phillips. The Price prance. Well done, Director Dan, for that one. Absolving myself of the blame. The Phillips flip.
I did see, was it on the news this morning or last night, that apparently Strictly's not even started this season yet and they've already lost two to injury. So maybe there's some spaces to be opened up.
Could be the twinkle toes of the Middlesex side. Josh Carey's is quite a animated mover in everything he does. Fields, bowl, bat. Animated leave that he has, exaggerated. Oh, of course. Murter on the dance floor. Sophie Ellis Baxter. Yeah? See? With Gloucestershire one down, how much they wish they could dial in for Murta right now. Rolling out the Middlesex classics just for you.
It's like we're doing the Kev Hand jukebox at the moment. We're dialing up all the old favourites.
Do we reckon Roland Jones will be much of a dancer?
I'm going to be honest and say I don't think so. I'm probably doing him a huge disservice.
Cracknell, the keepers are always light of foot, aren't they? Oh, Jack Russell on Strictly Come Dancing, that's what we all needed to see.
Have to find him first though, wouldn't they?
Regards if you're tuned in somewhere, Jack.
One of the leaders of the renaissance of cricketing art, wasn't he, Jack? Now you get artists of all different styles covering cricket now. I confess it's all way beyond my abilities. I struggle with painted by numbers.
What everybody wants to know is how's your dancing, Macca?
Worse than my painting. Well, a wicket over from Roland Jones, followed up by a maiden. As you said, they wanted to try and pull back the run rate a bit, and what was north of 4 is now under 3.7.
Oh, that's close. Is it just drifting? If it was nursery ends, the slope going in the bowler's favour, maybe you'd have had more of a chance, but the pavilion end, the slope's slipping from off to leg, so he's really got to straighten it. Yeah, it's sliding.
Yeah, pitching was fine. Didn't unfortunately grip enough to convince the umpire. Price has missed out on one there, he'll feel. Short and wide outside of off stump, and it just dribbled into the offside.
Was it a costly miss? Come on, we've got to get a few of those going, haven't we, the next couple of days? Or am I just going to make the next couple of days all that much longer for you, Macca? Closer again, and there he is this time. Nelson strikes, Phillips falls, both openers are gone, and Gohar has his first wicket.
Well, the shout earlier didn't do enough to convince the umpire. That one did. That's looking very out, even from behind. You'd be struggling to find a reason to give that one not out, wouldn't you?
Yep, unless there was an almighty chunk of wood involved, then that was pretty plumb. And Phillips has to go 111 for 2.
Safa's 31st wicket of the season. Good return for him this campaign.
Hammered it is.
Well, 45 minutes or so left in the day with 11 overs. Real opportunity to get a good stranglehold on this game here if they can. Wow, another one. Must be greedy. Another two. Two slips in the gully waiting as Roland Jones approaches.
Slides down the slope. Nipping away. You can see why Price is playing at it. Felt that kept a fraction low. 32 bowled, 111 for 2. Maiden for Roland Jones, third for him. Three maidens in a row for the old skipper.
Right, extra fielding protection kit applied. So it's going to be a silly point and a short leg and slip for the new batter Hammond. Right, now we're waiting while deep backward square goes to deep square.
Tucked up a little by that.
Well, this is the side with the rough. Can he exploit it? It's another tidy over, just a single from it. 112 for 2. The run rate now under 3.4. Middlesex want to keep applying this pressure in the hope that the Gloucestershire batters suddenly get concerned that they're not going anywhere and sort of dying in a hole. Two relatively new men at the crease, though, to go after.
"21 dots in a row for Roland Jones, and the umpire is not convinced that the 22nd brings a wicket.
I wonder, you know, if his hand gesture is, well, I couldn't see because you were in front of me. And I think that's what his hand gesture is. He said, well, I can't make a decision because you blocked me off.
I reckon it would have been a harsh call to say out. even if he had seen it.
Right, so we're going to have another look. Now we're going to put the technology on it called Kev Eye. And Kev's going to work out whether it was out or not on behalf of the umpire.
Yeah. Umpires call at very best. What if they review it and it goes upstairs and it says umpires call and they say, well, I didn't see it?
There wouldn't be a call, would there?
So then do you go with the tech if there was no umpires call?
Well, I suppose if there's no call, it has to be not out, doesn't it?
To be honest, I lost you, I think.
The streak is broken. A single is taken off Roland Jones.
24 dot balls in a row from the old skipper.
Brakes continue to be applied.
Oh, here we go. It's that arty time of day again.
First boundary for Hammond. Takes it from outside the stumps to deep backward square. Second fielder brought across to do deep leg side boundary duties. There's now deep backward square and a deep mid wicket.
Now, gone. Hammonds with the inside edge. Gohar with the second wicket. Short leg with the catch. And the 7.3 overs that remain of this second day just to start to stretch for Gloucestershire.
He tried to raise the bat high as if to say, I've not got a touch on that one, it's pad all the way.
Geddes diving forward and doing well. Ball looting up above the visor there for the short leg. He was almost going to go and get it himself, wasn't he? Oh, there's a little dance for us. We didn't think of
Yes.
the Gohar jig.
Go hard or go home. And Hammond is off. Can I be honest and say from the straight on, I wasn't entirely convinced that he did get a nick on that.
Well, I think Middlesex felt they got a few rough ones yesterday, didn't they? It was alluded to that one of the Middlesex batters may have been a little bit unlucky in the overnight interview. Ooh, unless it clipped the glove on the way up off the pads, then yeah, the bat's a long way away.
Might just be an optical illusion, because it might be that actually the bat was further forward than the pad and whatever, and you can't actually see the three-dimensional image of on a two-dimensional screen, which I know is quite deep for 5:05 on a Thursday evening, so let's not go too far down that rabbit hole. But as you say, he wandered off fairly quickly, and now Bracey is in. 117 for 3.
He's in the game, Gohar.
Cricket's a daft sport, isn't it? We've been here the thick end of 2 days, and all of a sudden, the last 10 minutes, it feels like a very different sport we're suddenly watching. Well, 4 off the first ball, and then the next 5 were wicket maiden deliveries.
Confirmation coming in that Nottinghamshire have won their first title since 2010. .300 scored by Nottinghamshire in their first innings against Warwickshire secured the title, ending Surrey's run.
Yeah, they're actually closing in on another batting point. They're 345 for 6, but as you say, it matters not anymore.
What matters now is where Middlesex going to have to travel to next year. Sussex, Essex, Hampshire, Yorkshire. or Durham. Remember, a draw in the Yorkshire-Durham game and a victory for Surrey sends Hampshire down. Otherwise it's a scrap between Yorkshire and Durham.
Well, Worcestershire are 5 down in their second innings, still trailing by a run.
And Surrey lead Hampshire by 97 runs, 5 wickets remaining, including Lawrence unbeaten on 41 and Albert unbeaten on 48. Am I allowed to say come on the Ray in the Middlesex stream?
Well, it depends if you want to get your car out in one piece or not.
I think I speak for all Middlesex fans when they fancy a trip to Southampton next year, not Chesterley Street or Headingley. Next I get to listen to Kevin James, former Middlesex all-rounder as well. We all know how much JMO loves being in Division 2. On 17 for 3.
Well, just in the other game, Essex are 286 for 1 against Somerset. They lost the first wicket. Paul Walter, the man dismissed, for 150 odd.
Now then, it's a big shot from Bracey.
See what is interesting, the way that the shadow is creeping across, and it's almost into where the footholds are. Not always the easiest to pick that up.
Nice. Get a boundary for it, and a welcome boundary for Gloucestershire, just to alleviate a bit of pressure.
He really threw it wide, this one, didn't he? Don't know if he thought Bracey was going to come at him and therefore deliberately threw it wider, or maybe he just came out a little bit wrong.
Swept and stopped. Work on the ropes. Morgan. Oops.
I think that one might be sore.
Look at the skipper, he's always looking after his team. 1-2-2 for 3.
Morgan's going to get a bowl. Yeah. Well, he's had a heck of a day so far. Going to get 3 overs to try and put some cherries on top of the icing.
Get the glasses.
It's a nice one.
Very good again from young Mr. Morgan. Through it goes. Not convincingly, though.
Well, he put it up there, gave it a chance. Between slip and gully, though.
Four to go the second day, 126 for 3. Still 508 behind. Cantering along at one stage. Oh, have we got a sleeper? He's ready to go. He's nodding. He's nodding. What's he spotted?
I think it's the International Space Station, judging by the angle he's looking.
Is he not entertained? Zafa Gohar's bowling.
Fielded by Holman to keep it as a dot. Tell you how quickly the light goes at this time of the year. Only an over ago we were talking about the shadow being in and around those foothold marks, and look how far past the slips it now is. It really does shift at this time of the year. Thrown wider and ricochets off of Sam Robson.
Lovely shot. Up the hill and over the rope.
It wasn't that wide, but it was short enough to enable him to rock back, and that hurried on through, didn't it? It was still travelling plenty as it hits those seats.
Look at the size of that. Getting bigger. Should we be concerned? You mentioned optical illusions a moment ago. It was a super giant, that one.
Well, a few of these aren't getting to Cracknell on the full, which is why I think the glove has been ripped off and he's just flexing those fingers.
Shot, just leaned into that Bracey. The boundary.
Just a little bit full and wide. Bracey's not going to miss out on those, is he?
That's how I felt after tea.
Interested to know if that was an accident or that was deliberately thrown that wide by Morgan, but he certainly got Bracey to chase it. Right, 12 legal deliveries left of the day then.
Good start. Price back's right up there. Showing a fair bit of the stumps as well.
Well, that was given every chance to get up there, wasn't it? Very full. Well, Gloucestershire have got rid of the tricky 134, just the 500 more to go. Not sure how the umpire's going to feel about Sam Robson taking a tumble right on a length. One more for your day's work then, Zaffa. Can he rip one? Not on this occasion, Zaffa Gohar finishes the day 2 for 35 from his 13. 135 for 3. No ball to start the final over.
Get a bit of width. You'd imagine he must be a little tired this evening, Morgan, after his fun with the bat.
Yeah, unfortunately, just got away from a little bit, that one. Thanks, Price into double figures.
now. Oh, down it goes. Away down the slope and away out of the gloves.
It was in for a while, wasn't it?
Worked away for 4. 146 for 3. It's the start of the Gloucestershire reply to Middlesex's Mammoth scorer. Leg stump delivery from Morgan. And put away for another boundary for Gloucestershire, who've made a reasonable start to their reply. It was a prolific one to begin with, a century stand, but 3 quick wickets, 2 for Gohar. Just tightening things up here at stumps, but Bracey and Price steering their side from 117 for 3 to 146 for 3 at stumps. That's it from day 2. Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, will be back in the morning. The third day this one in the county championship. Still lots of work to do for Gloucestershire. Another very good day for Middlesex, as Gloucestershire trail by 288. And from us all here on the live stream in association with DafaNews, it's a very good evening to you all.